We are back in Sword, and I think it's time we start getting a shiny hunting team together. That is my plan, I think. Like, we haven't got a team to catch anything, so that is going to be the plan, I think, because when we do the random encounters, I need to be able to actually catch the stuff, right? My current team is this. Not really going to be very helpful. So I'm thinking maybe go and get. So the suggestions I've been given are Glade, Pangoro. I've seen a lot of people use Executor. So I'm thinking let's get this team sorted out. Because the reality is, I do need a team to catch the Pokemons with. Otherwise, I'm going to find this very, very difficult. Please say, yeah, we've been here. So we're going to go get a Glade first. Part of this challenge is kind of wanting to do everything fresh. I don't want to use any Pokemon that were around before, etc, etc. So I need every team member, every catching Pokemon is brand new caught in this game. And this usually has a Glade on it, doesn't it? That I can probably just throw a quick ball at. Right? Shouldn't be too difficult. But yeah, what would you suggest as a catching team in this game? I'm open to options. I was trying my hardest to get what was it? I wanted to use Shinotic. How do I not? I don't even have quick balls. Okay. And I don't have the right moves. Okay, it's gonna be fun. Okay, we'll just make it weaker. Let's see what moves it's got. Yeah, so I was asking away, and the other one people were saying was Marstomp, which we'll probably be able to find in a DA, if we're not mistaken. I think we'll be able to get away with that, right? Okay, that's not too much damage. That is a lot of more damage. That was a crit, of course. Of course. Quick guard. So it doesn't really have too many moves, this thing. But yeah, I should have probably got a quick ball before doing this, instead of having to try and catch it in an electric ball. But yes, that was easy enough. But yeah, I would love to see what people suggest. Like, everything is like a good idea. Like, I want to have a funky team, if I'm honest. I don't want to have just the generic same team as everyone else. Like, I understand, like, if I'm doing certain hunts, certain Pokemon are better. Like, I've also been suggested an Altaria for Cloud 9 for when you're doing the storms. I also should check whether I even have False Swipe. I don't think I've gone and got it yet. Isn't it one you buy, right? You buy it from one of the stops. Of course I don't have it. I actually thought my Glade, no, my Boltland had Nuzzle. I actually forgot that. I think you get it from here, don't you? Is it this one where you can get False Swipe? It feels like it is. Nope, okay. Don't do what I tell you to. But Glade's a popular one because it also has like hypnosis and stuff, right? Yeah, so that's False Swipe sorted out. We'll get some health back too. And we're going to teach Nuzzle because I think when I was doing my living decks, a bit like what you've done on Violet, I was using Boltland pretty much for everything, and all I was doing was using Nuzzle because it wouldn't knock anything out. Even at level 100, it was barely denting things. So, remember a move, please. I only learnt that this was a thing about last year. So yeah, that's my knowledge of this game. What the hell is Electrify? When was this a move? If the target is electrified before using the move during the turn, the type move becomes electric. Okay, that is something I didn't know was a thing. Never heard of that move in my life. I'm going to get rid of rising voltage, you know. I may as well just make it relatively weak. Glade. I want to teach you hypnosis. I think you remember it, right? Yes, you have hypnosis and life dew. Some good moves there, don't you, sir? Teleport, protect. Okay. What moves do you have? Bloody hell, you've got awful moves. You really do have awful moves. One of the things I may put on this as well is actually charm as well, because then when I do the physical stuff I can just spam charm, weaken everything down. So if it is going to start hitting me, it's not going to do too much damage, right? A bit like what we just did when we were catching it. Because at the end of the day, I'm only going to be using False Swipe. Heal Pulse. User emits a healing pulse that restores the target's HP. I'm assuming I can use that on myself. I don't know. My Pokemon knowledge is bad. Right, that's it for this. Right, we said we'd get rid of some of these Pokemon then. So, what do we actually have? Is this no, this is the giveaway box, and this is the stuff I caught. So I'm thinking I probably don't really need Jellicent anymore. Can't do too much, and I don't think Vikavolt can help. I like the Basculin because it has 4 physical moves, so I can use it for weakening things. And the Alcremie, well, it is Alcremie. Let's see if Alcremie can be helpful. Does this learn anything funky? So the other reason why I was looking at Shiinotic was I was doing something with the lines of Strength Sap. I think it can learn Spore. And yeah, basically just weaken everything right down. Let's see. Sweet Kiss is the confusing one, right? That's a bit rubbish. Attract is not overly great. Okay, it's not a good one. So there is Bostif in the chat if you're playing PCG. Yeah, there is no Breloom in this game, sadly. That's the sad thing. Otherwise, we probably would have Breloom. The other thing I'm thinking of is we're also going to be doing a save in what game is it? In BDSP, and I kind of want to try and have a different Pokemon for each team, like if you get what I mean. So Violet is going to be Breloom, Golduck. There is no Smeagol in this game either, sadly. Let me just quickly double check what everyone suggested, because, well, there were some really interesting suggestions. There were some that won't work in this game. And as I said, like I got told Altaria is really good because Cloud9 in this weather. Apparently it can also learn False Swipe. So yeah, that's quite a good one. Yes. Where are we? Where was the conversation I asked? Pokemon General. It wasn't in my Discord, so don't worry. What else? So that's not much help. So Breloom, Glade, yes. Smeagol, yes, we know. Like Smeagol might be one I put into one of my Violet or my Violet save. I want to try and have a team rather than just 2 Pokemon. So like Altaria has Cloud9, False Swipe, Sing, Roost, and so that could be really good for weather. I wanted to use Phalanx for a while, but I'm trying to figure out what everyone does with the Alolan Executor. Well, I got a shiny Positive in the PCG. That is good. And what else? Kingler apparently also has False Swipe, and so does Scizor. So they're some of the fun ones to try. And Swampert, of course. The Swords of Justice, but I'm not going to have them. So yeah. I can't believe we actually got a shiny. Does that count as a shiny for my challenge? Does it? It was on stream. It does include another game. But yeah, never mind. But yeah, I just want to try and actually be prepared, because I've said before, this is a long-winded challenge. it's going to take ages to finish it. So I kind of actually need to have a team. If I'm honest, I can't just keep hoping that I can throw a luxury ball and catch stuff. Let's be honest. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of when I'm trying to find something new for a team. And we'll go and catch Altaria then. That's usually around the Crown Tundra, right? You would want a ghost type. That is also true. Ghost types would be very helpful. So I could bring the Jellicent back, but I guess I would probably want maybe a Gengar for that if I'm going to worry about that as part of a team member, because obviously Hypnosis is a move. Don't know if it's a good move, but it works. Let's just unlock a bit of the story, because we haven't been to Freezington yet. So I put Regis in the title. It may seem strange, but the reality is I am going to have to do the Regis, and I don't want to sit here and soft reset. It's not very accurate, is it, Hypnosis, from what I remember? From what I remember, it's sort of like 75% accuracy. That's what I mean. It's just, that's a ghost type. Like you mentioned ghosts, I've got to think of a good ghost type to use. What ghost type would you recommend? Then, if you're not saying the Haunted Gengar line, etc. Like, is Hone Edge a good one for it? Could that be a good thing to use? I've never used one in my life, so it could be something that's fun. Because what do you use generally? If you were to pick a shiny hunting team, what would be your team? If you had any Pokemon in any game. Say you had to pick a team of 6, so you would have 3 false swipers and then status ones. Yeah, Decidueye, I've also been mentioned for, and apparently the Hisuian one learns Scrappy. So that is an option 2. But again, that would be for the other games. I'm not saying you need to have a team of 6, I'm just trying to mix it about a bit, because I don't want to be stuck with just 2 Pokemon. Like, I know Trevenant's very popular, I guess, because it probably learns False Swipe, and it's got its Harvest move and everything. So if I find a shiny, I can catch it right away. Yeah, I get having the spot to have a look at it all. I'm just sort of the old spitballing idea of what would be the best sort of squad. Like, I just basically want 10 Pokemon, for example, I can have as a team, but rotate the team around. So, for example, the Pokemon I want to hunt is in Hell, so I will bring the Altaria. The next day, the Pokemon I want to hunt is in the Heat, so I can leave Altaria in the box and go for something else in the team. That's kind of what I mean, but I just want to rotate it around a lot. Like, I don't want to be stuck with the same team every week or every session. Hence why I don't want Golduck in this run. I definitely just want to keep it as Raylum Golduck on there. I will probably make an Iron Valiant, because that's only in that game. Why not? I always forget that's a thing. Instead of a Glade in that game. But then I've also got to get a Pokemon ready for BDSP, or a team of Pokemon for BDSP, which I will probably want to use on the run so that they get high levels, instead of having to do, oh, you're kidding me, why do you have to give me these stupid outfits? Can I have my normal clothes back? I hate you so much. Why do you have to do this to me? I just want the Regis. I don't care about the stupid harvest thing. It's not shiny. It can stay in the bin. Well, there we go. There's the one we want. Hello, Kim. Welcome in. How are you? And how is the brand new toy? And the birds, they can get in the bin as well. Don't plan on going near them, because I don't care. The scared bonds of the sovereign steed. Okay. I'm going to leave your silly statue there until you let me put my outfit back on, because I don't want to look like a weird miner. Do you want to go back to your... Yes, please. There we go. Back to basics. I am good, thank you. But I think, it's, as you say, it works. It's sort of getting used to a lot of it. Like, there's probably some junk on it you could probably switch off pretty early, but I'm not the best person to say what and when. But one of the things you'll probably learn is that Microsoft tends to put everything on that you probably don't need. But it depends what you're going to use it for. As you said, I think you're saying it's going to be more for running your OBS when you are streaming, if that makes sense. So at the end of the day, that should be fine. And that's what you need it for, because then you can still game on your bigger screen. And then you've got to get the microphone to work again. Yeah, we don't care about you, silly big brain thingy. We're going to go and see some Regis. No, we're not. We need to go and catch an Altaria first. That was the plan. Altaria. We do need one of these, but I'm not... Finish. Go to my screen. I did install OBS, but it lagged the laptop out. But there's updates going on. Yeah, so just leave it there to do all of the updates before installing anything. Just don't touch it until you've done all of your updates. Because Microsoft is an absolute pain with updates, and as soon as you have something else going, it makes everything super slow. They are horrible, they just happen without telling you sometimes. But yeah, you just need to let them do it. Don't fiddle with anything else when they're doing it. I know it's annoying, but you'll end up saving so much more time than you will ever imagine by not doing anything now. And Leafeon, we were looking for you in the other games. Now where can I find an Altaria? It's done now, so I'll just grab this again. Yes, and I'm guessing you've got your capture cards all set up as well? Or not? Have you got all that device set up? Actually, I want to just unlock this fast travel point. Regular, but I haven't got a capture card yet. Okay. Maybe we'll get a couple of quick pulls, you know? Just the 10. What is your special one today? Today's highlight is... Ready? What am I going to do with them? I don't even think they are a thing in this game. But once you get the capture card, which isn't... If you're going to go with something pretty basic at the beginning, it shouldn't cost too much. Which is always helpful. Wait, what's that? Oh, Beldum. Not going to worry about Beldums. Magmortars? I've not actually been here in this weather before. I don't think. Okay. Well, I think you can generally get one for about £20. For like the early start of everything you're doing, which literally just plugs into the telly, the laptop, and a microphone and everything. Why can I not find Altaria? You know what, we're going to actually look for Altaria in there. Sadly, that doesn't actually work in this game. I've mentioned the one I've got is even cheaper, but it means I technically am screening the game through the laptop I'm playing, which isn't the most helpful. Now, there's no shiny specials in this one. Like, unless you're going into a random battle, you won't see them. Sadly, it's only that one we were playing yesterday, Legends Arceus, that has that. Right, wasn't I going to get something else that could learn this? Yeah, we said we were going to do this. Oh yeah, we were going to get Shinotic. So my plan today is to get a Shinotic Altaria and Pangoro in some form of DA. Because it doesn't look like they're spawning today. Just to be annoying. But we're going to go and... Now we'll keep Boltland at the top because it's the fastest Pokemon. That makes the most sense. I know I need you to unlock the ice one. But we're going to do 20 encounters on this Reggie. This is actually the only Reggie I've ever got shiny. So, yeah. That's going to be a challenge. The terrible Titan lurking locked away. This is like so much fun for a DLC, I will say. Like they're not like it's not a lengthy DLC, isn't it? Is it the whistle this one? Or is it? Yeah, it's the whistle. One's a whistle, one's an Everstone, and one's a Cryogonal. So this is the challenge. Got to get used to doing these again. So this is 1 in 4,000. So if you've got Roblox, a stage of wanting to test computers' capabilities, that seems like it's going to be fun. Like, just make sure that do you know what memory or storage memory you've got on there? Are you shiny? No, that would have been funny if it was the first one. No, we're doing 20 and that's it. I'm not doing the rest. I can't do this again. It drives me insane doing soft resets. It really does. It's the least fun thing that you can do in Pokemon. Even breeding is slightly more interesting because there's that will it, won't it? And this is also one of these awkward ones where it could be perfect to do it this way, or it is better doing it. The worst thing is I don't really have anything easy to catch this with. So I kind of don't want it shiny at the moment. There is a Lopunny in the chat. Storage. So the computer is 500 megabytes of storage, and I got another 500. Is that a lot? I can't remember. That doesn't sound like a lot, if I'm honest. Are you sure you don't mean gigabytes? That's what I'm sure. Are you sure you don't mean gigabytes? Because like 500 gigabytes is goodish. Like, so say for example, with my two laptops, I've got one that's like 128 gigabytes and one that's 256. So you're probably at 525. Is it 524 or something like that? I know it's not. It's a really random number. It's not like dead on 500, isn't it? So that's good. That's double what I've got on my streaming one. But just be careful not to install too much that you don't need. So if you are going to start installing stuff, like Roblox OBS is nothing, but you know what I mean. Some of these games, they do take up a lot of space. So and some of these apps have a few things that are a bit iffy. Let's say that, to say the least. So that's another non-shiny Reggie. That's free. It's just one of those things for Kim's got a brand new laptop and never had a laptop before. So I'm just preparing them that they could use. It's easy to fill up the GBs quite quickly. No, pretty much. I only have 256 on my laptop. I have pretty bog standard laptops. One of them was to play Football Manager. That's how powerful it needed to be. Which is my the one I stream off of. And the other one was pretty much an older one that was pretty much just for writing, not really doing any gaming on. So mine aren't very like space wise. I've got what 128 plus 2. Um, yeah, and I'm guessing you're talking 2 terabytes is more for a proper PC rather than a laptop, right? I'm assuming. No worries, Kim. Thank you for the luck. That is another non-shiny one. Yeah, only laptops at the moment. That's why I can't really play many other games that people suggest, sadly. And even like some of the stuff I get on Steam, they don't work. So I have to get refunds. At least Steam has this quite nice feature of if you don't like it after 2 hours, you get your money back. So that is good. Or it doesn't. Like most of the time I get it just to see if it works. And if it doesn't work, then I get my money back. Because I think all games should come with a demo on PCs to test your PC capability of playing the game, if I'm honest. And just for this, I'm going to actually put the headphones on, because if it does turn out to be shiny, I need to hear the shiny sparkles. It won't be, but you never know. I used to have a PC, but I never really used it. And I got very upset that I lost all my music. Like, I used to have like Windows Media Player, and I'd put all my CDs onto that. And I think I put them all onto a big storage thing, and then the storage thing corrupted, and the PC broke. So I ended up losing all of the music I've got, which is why I don't have Spotify, because I'm only going to listen to the music I already own. And I wish there was a way to like scan your CDs into Spotify and get it all like ad free, if that makes sense. Because as we've mentioned, I'm not a fan of the subscription models, and I think they are ruining a lot of things, and already have ruined a lot of things. If I'm honest, like you say Spotify is what, $7.99 a month, but then I have Netflix, which is 10. I have the Nintendo Pass, which is what, 31 for a year. I know it doesn't sound like much. I got my Cinema Pass, which is about 200 a year, give or take. Then you've got like Sky, you've got Prime, you've got other things like Home, for example. And suddenly things just add up and add up. And then you're sort of stuck with the ones you want. They're definitely not going away, no. 100% they're never going to go away. It's just about managing which ones you think is the best to have. Because the one good thing with Home is it's not very much. That's the one positive I will say about it. But yeah, I get it. There should be a level of subscription, I think. But then as soon as you do that, there'll be a special one where you can't get all of the Pokemon in there, and then they're stuck in games. And because I think the main reason why it should have more boxes free is because you can't get all the Pokemon in one game anymore. Like back in the day, I imagine you had enough box spaces in Sun and Moon to have a full Pokedex. I'm not the most knowledgeable of that game, but just say that was the last game where you had the national dex in. But then, like, I used to play the PS3, and on the PS3, online play was completely free. So it didn't. I thought you could have the national dex, not that the national dex was in, but you could have every Pokemon in the national dex, if that makes sense. Rather than, that's what I meant. You could have all the Pokemon from the national dex in all the boxes. Was there enough box space for all of them or not? I know you didn't have to get the national dex. as I was saying, on the PS3, you could play online with your friends for free. And then suddenly the PS4, it was, oh, it's going to cost you 50 quid a year, and that was for the basics. And it sort of all started to add up after a while. And now, like, the cheapest PS4 one was 75 when I stopped doing it. Exactly. And that's what I mean by I'm a big person against online stuff. Because at the end of the day, it just is a lot of extra. I understand there's probably stuff to do with servers. But, like, you put it another way, for Steam, we'll use Steam as your example, or PC gaming even. PC gaming is free online. So, why is it charged on a console when it's usually not as good a quality as well? That's the counter argument to it. Why is the PC free? I still wish you didn't get all the sparkles on your Pokemon when they jumped into battle. But this may be the last one, and then we'll go and start some DAs. I get the quality on the PC is down to what you mean. I meant the online quality is on the consoles is not usually as good a quality as a PC one. That's what I meant by it. And that sort of dragged a lot of it back again. Like, some games are cross-platform, so your Fortnites, especially like Fall Guys, I think is cross-platform, but that's Epic, isn't it? Epic Games. Yeah, well, this will be the last one, and then we'll call this for the day. But we don't. I don't want to spend a whole day doing a soft reset. Oh. Exactly, ultimate chicken horse. But it's probably better quality online between two PCs than between two Switches, for example. Okay, well, we'll leave you, Mr. Reggie. We'll come back to you in the future. You're not important. Right, we are going to do DAs for a little while. Then, if nobody wants to jump in, we will do some other stuff, I guess. We're going to do some random encounters again. See what's around. I'm not actually even online yet. That was a bit silly. So that's why I'm sort of more of an anti-subscription fan. Like, as I say, like Spotify, you get all the music, but I own all the music, a copy of all the music, and I don't want to have to then pay a subscription to be able to listen to it when I could just put it on a computer. Because that's the point of what a Windows Media Player was. If that makes sense. So that's why I get a little bit frustrated. Let's just start with Blacephalon. I don't think anybody wants to jump in DAs today. So I'll just do a solo one to kick things off. We have a good start with a Boldore. Oh, there's a Crawdont. I may even be throwing this to go and catch the certain things I want. How did you not take the Crawdonts? Really? Let's see. Is there a Pangoro here? What have we got? No. This is not looking promising. That is an Absol. Great. I'm going to take this on. I know that is a dark type, but I could have got a water type either way. Just throw it. Just throw the first one, seemingly. But, like, even, like, going back to, like, the television side of subscriptions, like, back in when I was a kid, you had terrestrial TV, and then Sky came along, and Sky had every channel under the sun. And now it's here's a load of Disney stuff, here's a load of Apple, here's Netflix, here's Prime, oh yeah, Sky is still a thing. And it just barrel rolls down to being more and more subscriptions, which was very much what the Americans used to do with their networks. Like, the rest of the world seems to have just adopted the American style of television. So it's sort of made it quite negative from a consumer point of view, because people would like it all and they kind of need it all, but it's just very difficult to really achieve all of that. Yeah, let's do some of these. No, we don't want to do that. So first of all, we have Greaves, who is a WWE, Formula 1, Speedstorm, and sometimes Fortnite streamer from the land down under, who is a big fan of elephants. Definitely, if you ever go into a stream, just spam the elephant sound and it'll make him very happy. I still can't believe he hasn't got his shaman yet, I'm not gonna lie. It's crazy that he hasn't got a shaman, to be honest. Oh, so everybody is poisoned, which is great fun. Maybe I shouldn't have taken on Garboda. But are you streaming a bit later, or is it pre-work today? And in his calcs, he said 83% of people already have the shiny at this point. Good for him. I'm glad I'm in the other 17%. I found that funny. He keeps looking at. So that's the thing with it. It's like, the soft resets are always more difficult to do, and the more you don't get it, the more frustrated you get. That's what I do. That's why I hate soft resetting. That's why I'm kind of setting this up to be maybe 1 or 2, like 20-ish, say, per stream, rather than a full day of it. Like, we're gonna get annihilated, aren't we, by this? Hopefully one of the poison 2 can take this. I hope. Well, you know what? I might just take this gamble. Oh, I'll take the gamble. That's good. Storm Drain. I've got to get rid of this one too. I was like, oh sure, I'll get the next one, right? Yeah, pretty much. It's just, I just don't get the love of soft resets that people have. Wait, what have I got? Energy Ball is probably better. As you can follow along with Robin, who is still looking for a Zekrom. And leaving the area. I am not one to run. And leaving the area seems to me as failing and not one to run. And it's one of those things that it's so time consuming, soft resetting, and as we said, if it's not going well, you feel like you're spending a lot of time going nowhere. Oh, Mr. Belgium heard us talking about shamans. I was telling Robin how I got shaman earlier today in my special super duper brilliant diamond copy that I found that did have the pass. I know it is time consuming. That's why it's become more popular now, because it's not as time consuming. I think that's probably the best way to put it. Back in the day when it was 1 in 8,000, it felt like a big achievement, didn't it? I better take this, really. Wait. Yes, I managed to get Shiny Shaman already. But then it also plays into the modern TikTok world, where everybody needs a 30-second clip rather than a 10-minute video to tell you a story. That's all they care about, and that's why shiny hunting is so much easier. Yes, it's already put away in home, so I can't really show you it at the moment. Yeah, so shiny, like, when people were doing... So when people used to do shiny hunting, the idea was it took ages. But now it's quicker. It's like the new modern TikTok society where you need your media, you need your news in a 10 to 30-second clip. Nothing else matters to people. They just want that. And that's why shiny hunting has been made a lot easier. Sadly. Actually, I don't need this done for this. Because with the idea that you can just put a sandwich up and probably get a shiny in these games. You run around Legends Arceus, you'll probably find a shiny within 2 hours. Like, this game still has harder shiny odds. At the moment I'm on Blacephalon, but I'm open to anything, to be honest. I just do Blacephalon because it's easy on my own. I'll be honest, I would like to find a Pangoro, an Altaria, a Shiinotic and a Swampert on today's runs. Because I'm also building my shiny hunting team. Yeah, they don't have the attention span though. And that's why I don't think I ever really struggled because I never did try to start shiny hunting until Legends Arceus. So I've never really experienced the long, drawn out procedures of shiny hunting. If I'm honest. Okay, we got double Marowak in the final. Should be an interesting one. But then it could be considered a good thing that it's easier because it means more people are more interested in trying it. If that makes sense. So, like, yes, everyone has, this is the thing with Pokemon is it's very good. It's a personal project. It's a single player game. There's nothing multiplayer about anything you do. So that is a big plus sign to everything. But if you did lose a bit of patience, you would switch the game off. You might not invest in the next game, and so on and so forth. But now it's easier, and people love it. It's annoying. It's bad for the people that have always done the hard way. Let's put it that way. But if you were more interested in the easier ways, more people are going to do it rather than the old way, and that's why it's probably still is so popular in the new way. We can do some Blacephalons. Don't worry. But as I said, I would like to try and find Pangoro, Swampert, Altaria and Shiinotic today in the DAs. I know I could go and get a Morlul, but my Pangoro hasn't spawned. I can't figure out where Altaria spawned. And so forth. Welcome back, Kim. We've just beaten Pennywise. If I make a sandwich, I find a shiny within the first 10 minutes and still have 20 idea of a target. Yes, I do get that. But then the counter, like the problem is people make the bot den so people can stock up on Herba. Herba should be rewards rather than just easy to get like you can nowadays. But even if you're just doing encounter ones, you run around, it works, but it's very difficult to really find like the fine line between what's perfect and what's not really. But let's check some shinies out. So no on the Garbodor, no on the Octillery, and the Marowak. And is Pennywise finally shiny? Of course it's not. What are we going to take? Any of these good? Not really. So yeah, Boy from Belgium, I'm looking to build a shiny hunting team on this game. So if you're good to join this, I understand. And what suggestions would you say for a shiny hunting team in this game? Oh, I want to say squad. I want to have a rotational team of about 10. And I've had some ideas sent to me. I've got the Glade caught. As I say, I want to get Pangoro for Scrappy. I want to get Swampert for Damp. Maybe Quagsire on this game, I don't know. We'll figure it out. So yeah, that's 2. What is the date today? 1707. Continuing to steal Charmeleon's ideas. Not that we're lying. We did say up front we would do it. And that is Kim, who is having a little bit of a break from streaming, but should be back with an upgraded system. So yeah, that is a good one to do. To me, I don't care about shinies really. If it's method is easy, because I be like, why would I care if I lose or not? I can get 10 others. Yeah, I get that completely, to be honest. And all you need is Trevenant. Yeah, but I want to have a squad so I don't have to stare at the same Pokemon all the time. That's kind of what I want it to be. I do like to mix the methods. I would like, but then I've also been on the guilty side of using the 3DS easy ones like Horde Hunting, for chain fishing on Friend Safari recently. So there is that. There's no problem, Kim. We're trying to make sure we do more shout-outs when we're on stream. I either do loads or none. So yeah, I kind of make the same mistake over and over again. We were talking about having a ghost type as well, and Treven obviously fits the ghost type nicely. Thanks for picking the 2 grass types. Oh, there is a dark type. I have to say, I will probably be throwing a few for the things I want. Sabotage. No, I won't go too bad. There is a Pangoro in the top right, so we'll definitely go this way. That works out nicely for me. Yeah, I've done a bit of horde hunting. I'm still learning it, if I'm honest. But that's what I mean, I would love to be able to just put a 3DS in to work properly on here, and I would probably do a lot more work on the 3DS side of games. Do proper run-throughs and then shiny hunting. But because there is no way to do them without some manipulation, shall we say, I don't really have a way of doing anything, to be honest. So we'll just use the water move. I think it's good. It's difficult because there's no unless you. How would you consider full odds fishing? Like move every spot. If that makes sense. Is that how you would do it if you didn't want the chain fisher method? I've only ever really done it for the little competition-y things we do, where we're trying to get things in order, which is why I've got a lot of clam pearls, claunchers, and remorates. But I've tended to only get 1 or 2. Oh, you're going to use that every turn, aren't you? But to be honest, don't fish an X and Y. If you want full odds fishing, go to other games. That's true. I guess, is chain fishing a thing in ORAS as well, or not? Yes. That's the thing with it. It's a lot of ifs, buts and maybes. Well, the theory is this game has chain fishing, right? It's just not very good from what I've seen. Oh, I get a bop. What did you bop me with? Oh, I hate cherubs so much in DAs. It really is the worst Pokemon. not a nice thing to have on your team. Let's see if we can beat this stun tank. I don't know who's taking what. I would love the Charum to take this, if I'm honest. The reality is, me and Belgium don't really need to swap. Yes, there isn't one in Scarlet and Violet, but in this game there is one. That's why I said this game. And this game is definitely not Scarlet and Violet. The things are all on screen and not breaking. Yeah, there is meant to be a way to chain fish in this game, but it's just meant to be a bit questionable. Why do you want to use solar beams so badly? That's my question, Charum. I think Charum is probably the most broken Pokemon in DAs. I'm going to be honest, I'm going to say it. I hate it. If we get another stun tank, will that be my first dupe shiny? Right. We've used a lot of those. Let's use this move. We're going to eat the cherries, of course. There is also... Oh no, that's not a button. That's a button. There is also a shaman hunter here, Mr. Belgium, who is still searching for a little hedgehog that doesn't want to arrive. Unless you want to switch into this one, you could also just not catch it. Yes, I know. I like to catch them though, just so I could fill up a bit of the vaults. You never know. It's always good to get a few repeats. I know so far the two winners of my competitions have not wanted a shiny, but... Oh yeah, Mr. Belgium, you missed something earlier. Does this work if I press Pokeflex? Does it work? Is this something that works? No. Well, I caught a shiny Mabostiff in the PCG earlier. I didn't know if it just showed the last thing you got, but no, it doesn't. The first one on the stream, I put the threw an Ultra Ball at it and got it shiny. A sparkling egg. What does that do? I would like to think the computer will take this. That's good. We'll get rid of one of the grass types. That is helpful. What should we go for next? Should we just... We'll take the rock on because it's easier to beat, I think. And it's probably better in the final, actually. Sadly, nobody can Dynamax, but whatever. I think we'll beat this with most of our team. It is... What is it? Got Rock and Dark? Yeah. We'll be fine. Well, you might suffer if it uses a dark move, but if you use Trick Room, we might break it. That is good. I just don't like using it in these DAs, to be honest. It's also very, very frail when it comes to the Barbaric, the Pangoro. Which is kind of scary, to be honest, last. But you have Dazzling Gleam, don't you? I think. That could be helpful. Or slash will be helpful. What are you using? Sunny Day? Of course you're using Sunny Day. It's the only move you know, Charum. Charum can get in the bin, please. Can you just put this stupid little Charum in the bin? Because now my water move does less damage. Because you're stupid, computer. You're meant to be a scientist. You're meant to have brains. And we'll just use this instead now. But yeah, yesterday I was joining Bradlow for a sandwich, for fighting sandwiches, and I got 2 shiny phalanx, which was kind of funny. I've never got a shiny phalanx in a proper game. Tried it before, failed it miserably, but this time we got it at last, so I'm happy. But we got 2 in one sandwich, and I still think I had time left to do more. And it goes back to what you were saying, the sandwiches make it too easy now. There are a few places where it is way too easy. Definitely, like the town resetting, or like the centre circle of Blueberry, it's ridiculous how easy that is. So that's not good. And we only lost 1 life, right, so far. It does have Brick Break. Okay, the Cherum wants to go away. Let the Cherum go away. Please. I can't deal with Cherum anymore. Okay, so we get the chance to get our first Pocket Monster for the new Shiny Squad. I'm assuming I'm going to have to change its ability. I doubt this has Scrappy, but it might do. But I know it learns False Swipe and everything. Because the Glade spawned today, but the Pangoro and... I can't remember where you catch Altaria in here. Yes, at least they aren't giving away shiny legends away. If only they could. You'll probably be better to Dynamax, but I could Dynamax for the final, right? I can teach it Scrappy though, can't I, with the Diorite ore and stuff. Well, judging by some people's lucks in DAs, when it comes to Pokemon beginning with Zs, they definitely don't give away easy legendaries. I know how long some people have been after a Zygarde or a Zekrom. Not going to mention names. Why can't you just use the good move? That's the question. But yeah. So with this estate, what would be a good thing to use in a DA to take Altaria? Just out of interest, as an option. Or is there not really a good option? I don't even know. Has anybody actually got the Zygarde from your path that you can remember? That's the thing that's really surprising me. Like with Robin Zekroms, I think there's been like 4 people that have got the Zekrom. But with your Zygarde, I don't seem to have remembered anyone actually getting the Zygarde. Oof. That's your fault for not using Brick Break like in Rock. On your previous path, though, I meant the current path. I want to be the one that steals its Zygarde. Have you set up the other game yet? Or not? Only one personal store. My Zekrom. I thought Corey got it off you as well. Was that his own? And Louise? Louise got it from you. Definitely saw Louise take it. Because it doesn't ironically still need Zekrom, or has he got that now? I keep getting confused with who needs who what now. So that can be... but I might... No. Yeah, I'll take this just for a bit of extra security. Like, we're fine. Like, you're Dynamax in the final. But he has never returned. Actually, that wasn't the worst decision to take that, because the computer will probably get a grass type. Won't you, Lycanroc? Okay. Interesting. Isn't this the neutralizing gas, or is this the misty terrain one? This is the misty terrain one, isn't it? No getting rid of beast boost yet. Yeah, because ironically joins in when we do the Zekroms, from what I remember. And we have some crazy strategies. But I've only had one legendary in a DA this month, and it's very sad that it was not a very good Pokemon. Do you fancy doing a Tapu Fini after this? I know you still need some Tapus. I'm pretty sure you need a Fini. I would probably save Coco till when Ironically's here. Because at least if it's something that everybody needs, it's better. And if you want to join in, Robin, you can if you need some Tapus. I don't know. I always end up missing Evie streams. Like, she streams very, very late at night. Well, unless we beat this now, we're probably going to lose this one. Not gonna lie. This scientist is the dumbest person I've ever met. Not gonna lie. It's all up to you, Jellicent. Okay, that wasn't even close. What a useless Pokemon. I can't believe how weak that was. I thought it would do so much more. I may as well just do Darkest Lariat, because it's probably going to kill here. Yeah, even with... Did it survive? I don't know. I think it died. I don't get how it can faint with water up, or with rain up, one fire move kills. That's ridiculous. But never mind. Let's see. Do we get another shiny Stuntank? No. Or Lycanroc. Or Pangoro. But we take the Pangoro home. Surely it shouldn't boost it that much to do that much damage. Okay, we'll leave him in the team. We'll sort it out in a minute. Let's go and have a go at Tapu Fini then. What was that about, Kim? I haven't mentioned you in a while, Kim. I'm not sure. That's the thing, you've asked that question. No, that's not right. We want the date again. 07 20 25. Let's go. Tapu Fini is up. Yeah, I think the last time I mentioned you was when I did the shout out. I think, but yeah. Does anybody else want to join a Tapu Fini? Before we jump in and start, I may as well ask the question before we push someone out. I'll probably wait to the 2-minute mark. So if people want to jump in, they can. Just to give everyone a chance. But what did we want? Grass, electric and poison pretty much for this, right? And what does Fini have as moves? Can never remember. Okay, we will start our journey. I know it has Surf, doesn't it, which is a bit annoying. But it never seems to do much damage. So do I do this to stop the computer doing it? And take the Flareon? I do. Oh, there's a Charum. You could have a Charum. Hello, Cheerio. How are you today? I'll be honest, I'm surprised you took the Hitmontop. Very surprised. I thought for sure you would have taken the Charum. Oh, there is an Altaria there that I really want. Why is the game sabotaging me so much? Well, there is a Swampert at the top, I guess. So we can go Raichu. I will probably take the Marstomp back with me. But remember, boy from Belgium, it's Tapu Fini this time, right? Just want to make sure you know that. Nord Blacephalon. I am good. Hopefully you're a bit better than yesterday, but you know where people are with if you need them to talk to. We may as well lower its defense. Why not? Are you going to take the Raichu, or should I take the Raichu? That is probably the next best question. You'll take this, because then you can Dynamax against the Jellicent. And I've still got a Ghost move for it. As I said, I was surprised you didn't go for the Charum, to be honest, at the start. I thought you would have jumped at the top. Okay. You wanted your drill runs. But then the computer doesn't like taking the right Pokemon, as we've learnt. I'll just keep Flareon to the very end. We'll keep our little evolution. Confused. Well done, Raichu. Okay, that's good. It's taking out all of its anger on the Pokemon it's going to be replaced by. Which is kind of funny. Oof. Come on, Raichu, go to sleep. I didn't even need to do another move, because it is very weak. I guess this next one is kind of either, because I think they both go to something better at the top. What do you think is the best bet here? So he said there's a lot to pick from. It is the... there is a Sizzlipede in the chat, if anybody wants it. Cool. Isabella wanted Raichu too, or are you taking it, Mr. Belgium? Yes, good. Because we know the computer will probably swap when we don't want it to. So, there is, what's that, Golduck? No, that's Swampert at the top. Do we take the Swampert? Do we? Yeah. I don't know how we're going to beat the Swampert, but what the hell? We'll worry about that problem later. I'll probably take this to start with. Or should I? No, there's no point in me really sticking, because I can't do anything to the Swampert with my moveset. Well, I guess I can with the Ghost move. I could be helpful. I just don't know whether it's worth it. Just swap. No? Okay. Does the Tapu Fini have a fairy move? We both managed to catch the Sizzlipede, and Kim just missed the capture. Oh no, Kim. You're going to find out that I am doing better nowadays with this game. See, I'm flying up there now. I have 270. Moonblast, Brine, Water Pulse, Whirlpool. So basically what you're saying is Maractus is broken against it. That's what you're saying. Who would have thought the little dancing cactus would be the most important Pokemon in a DA? But mind you, we've said the same with like the Galarian Linoon. Is kind of broken. Raichu? Any, apart from like having the electric move, is there any other reason why it's so good? This is Pringles. What do you mean this is Pringles? I have to take a big yellow jellyfish. No, pink jellyfish, is it? In actual fact, this one is kind of needed. Now, the big moustache. Yes, it does have a big moustache, the Pringle one. Yes, I will take this then to keep you happy. Even the Dratini wanted it. Are you sure we should? Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to. Berry, berry, berry. We've basically got either of its evolutions. Do we want a scientist to gamble, or do we want items? This is where we get wiped, right? By Swampert. It hates us, so it will destroy us. Let's see how we do. Are you doing shaman hunting again today, or is it another break from it all? I guess I could try this and see if I can get lucky with a freeze. Shaman today. Will this be the end of the nightmare that is the little hedgehog before you have to do it all over again? Just out of interest, if you start a brand new profile on that's connected to the one you're doing, can you get Shaman and Darkrai again, or is it only in one save file? Hello Charmeleon, how are you today? We are in a Tapu Fini raid. We've unlocked some Regis at last, and we're building our new shiny hunting squad. Because I have not done that yet, and I've caught a Glade, a Pangoro, and obviously Swampert, hopefully. There is space, yes. Are you happy with Tapu Fini, or is there anything you really want to do? I'm open to any suggestions. The main person to double check with what you would like to target is probably Mr. Belgium, who has a lot. Nice, nice, thank you. This is the last normal Pokemon on this route. I'm going to do this just so Raichu can Dynamax in the final. I'm still using your code as well, or your idea of a code. And you can also check out the Fire Shiny Badge quests, where we currently have seen Charmeleon get a Houndour and the infamous Fire type, Skidoo. You had to go online with each account, so if you delete that save, you can't get the item again. That's just how broken it was. I'm still trying to figure out how I got Victini, to be honest. I have it, it's not from Go, and it is in one of my trainer IDs, and I don't know where I got it from. So yeah, that's me. I'm a bit stuck. And also, Charmeleon, I managed to get a shiny Mabosstiff in the PCG earlier, which was very nice. It was the first one. Yeah, we knew somebody was going to die. So that's my second shiny in... I forgot what the command. What's the command to show off how many shinies I've got again? I know Mr. Belgium knows all of them. But the thing is, I was a bit dumb back then when I played Sword and Shield, which means that I don't know, was it a gift or something, or was it like a den? Would I have joined a random den and caught it? Would I have been that smart back then? That's my question. So remind me, if this is not a shiny the Swampert comes home with us. Okay. I still don't think I was smart enough to know what mystery gifts were, to be honest. I know in Scarlet and Violet it shows you every mystery gift you've claimed, which is kind of nice because I got about 6 Darkrai's through that. Because I've had so many accounts and you literally had to start the game and you could claim that Darkrai. You didn't have to do anything. Which was also kind of nice. All I know is I just hope that there's going to be somewhere to give us more of these rare Pokemon that are like non-existent somewhere. Oh, they both want to swap. Who's going to get it? Oof. Oof. That's not nice. That is not nice. It was a code, okay. I would say, I would ask the question how many mystery gift code Pokemon were ever released in Sword and Shield compared to Scarlet and Violet, because it feels like Scarlet and Violet has never given away anything since it's been around compared to what Sword and Shield did. Like, you could say Petrarunt, but that's actually a story, so I'm not even counting that. Like, there's never been a fancy giveaway in Scarlet and Violet. You've got Surge Surface, so there's no point me doing that, so... I imagine like that's where you've got like the Zekroms, the Galarian birds, not Zekrom, the Zacian, Zamazentas, the other mythical cat thingy that's rubbish. Because it's a cat, not a dog. But those sort of things. But I can't be sure. But yeah, that's my theory. Like, I just don't seem to think that they've ever done anything fancy in Scarlet and Violet. Like, I guess you could say the Iron Leaves Walking Wake was sort of an event, as they haven't come back again. I half expect to see them get announced as returning for a week, if I'm honest. Which means I can get a couple more, I guess. I think I've got a few save files set up without them. Yeah, but they're like general Pokemon, aren't they? They're not anything fancy. That makes sense. Like, when you look back at what Sword and Shield gave away with Zarude, Zeraora, Zacian, Zamazenta, as we say, the Galarian birds, the Eternatus, they're all these shiny event Pokemon, and Scarlet and Violet's had nothing so far. It just feels like it feels very strange that they haven't given away anything this generation. But this is taking a lot longer. Probably because we've got a water team. And everybody on the team is diving. They are waiting for 30 years. Yes, I get that as an argument, but it's been out for 3 years nearly. And we've had no gifts whatsoever. That's what I mean. Like, the others sort of did a bit here and a bit there, and obviously they've stopped the movies as well through this generation, which usually has a tie-in, doesn't it, with the Zarude movie, the Zeraora movie, etc. And I guess we could argue that the home ones could be considered rewards, if we really were picky. I've just realised the computer swapped a Swampert for a Celio, didn't it? Thanks, Swampert. Is that the scientist again? Is that the scientist? What was the other things I was saying? Trevenant. Trevenant's in the DAs, isn't it? And what was the other one I wanted to hunt for? Trevenant and Shiinotic. Shiinotic would be good against this, I feel. Jellicent going to survive that? Just? I'm the Jellicent, aren't I? I keep forgetting. I'm the jelly. Take that. And that. Get confused. Silly Celio. So what I've noticed is it still gets very warm. Let's go. Oh no. Who's gonna die? Is it me? It's the Celio. That's your fault for trying to confuse it. You survived. Okay, I'll let you off. GG. Good luck with the shiny. Good luck. Will we get you down to the final Tapu? Or will I finally get a legendary shiny? After getting 21 non-shiny so far. And you know what I forgot to do? My next generation of sprites. I sort of set myself the task of doing one generation of sprites each day. Because they only take about half an hour at best to get them all done. And I sort of said I'll do one generation a day. I did Hoenn yesterday. Sinnoh I might have done most of anyway. But let's see. Raichu is definitely not shiny. What about you, Jellicent? No. Swampert? Tapu Fini? No? Okay. We'll take the Swampert home. And that is another member of the shiny squad. That's good. We have now got 2 in a row for our shiny squad. We'll keep Tapu Fini. Because Mr. Belgium has... Let's see what you've got. What do you want? Tornado Snope. Nope, nope, nope. And you said I need to get an ability capture. Okay, we'll get one of these. And do this very quickly. Are you ready to jump in, Charmeleon? Before I go too far ahead. We want to give it to you. You said it was that one. Is it random with these ability capsules? Is it random? We were meant to get Scrappy then. You told me that was how I get Scrappy. Okay, well we'll just get the ability patch then. It doesn't matter really, because I'm going to not have anything to spell this. Nope. Nothing to spend any of this on. Well, thank you for the subscription.
Who's that Pokemon?
And welcome into the gym. It means a lot to get some more subscriptions. Like, it is helping build the challenge more, and hopefully you can enjoy taking part in all of these adventures with us. And the races, and etc. Whatever we end up doing. But thank you. Oh no, not you. Not you. Pangoro. Pangoro. We won't fail this time. So now you are Scrappy, right? If it's not right, I'm banning Boy from Belgium. There we go. We are Scrappy. Let's get going. Just out of interest, which legendaries do you currently have shiny? Other than the Giratina. As I remember being there for the Giratina. What is the date? The 17th of the 7th, 2025. Yes, as I say, I am stealing your plan. Lunala. Okay, so you only got a couple. But that's good though. The thing is, when you're at the stage where you've only got a couple, it's just fun doing DAs. Like, you know yourself, like some of the wacky strategies you put together. Yeah, it has been. Like, we liked my circle one that we used to use, but we were finding sometimes we were clashing with some Asian community, so we kept jumping in each other's DAs at the same time. So we've tried a few different ones, but as this one seems like the genius idea. Oh, no, I don't need to get the Switch, do I? I could get the normal Switch and run 2 accounts, but it's very confusing when you're the person on the stream trying to run 2. But I'm pretty sure it'll be just the 3 of us for now. The only change will be if somebody else comes along, probably. That doesn't need Tapu Fini. It's fine. If we know the ones we've got, we won't target them. Well, I guess I'll take this. What have we got? The only one... I only have a couple because I lost my Switch. Fair enough. I guess that's a bigger advantage to say that home is a big thing now. But even like with us, we've been sort of playing through all these games. Like we've got 3 or 4 accounts now set up between us all. I know the obvious choice is to charge up Raichu here, but it is going to be quite hard to beat. But yeah, so we just charge up Raichu. Yeah, this is still what I think is the best addition to a Pokemon game to play with friends. That's the key word I will use. Like the dens in Scarlet and Violet are so boring after a while. Yes, I do like some strategy to do like the difficult ones, but at the end of the day, you can't do anything. It's sort of sad at times. So I didn't really see, but I was thinking if Charmeleon takes this, if possible, and then we can just pick the easiest route. Hello, Super Jamie. Welcome in. How are you today? After you finish destroying Jamie, the other Jamie in Mario Kart. I know we're having a little discussion about a potential Zelda game. I've spoken to Charmeleon about it as well. I would ask Boy from Belgium, but he would probably suggest me to just play the N64 one. And I don't want to play the N64 one. I want to play a Switch one. But these are, I don't know how much you know about the Dynamax Adventures. Oh yeah, you're just about to start the DK game. Are you getting that physical / in the post, or are you just downloading it? I wish they had this in Scarlet. Yes. Because then you would have to do the stuff to get the treats. The only negative thing to that would be, what's the word? You would lock people out who don't play online. That's the only thing I would say I don't like. Physical, I do prefer physical myself, to be honest. Like the only game I've got non-physical is the Mario Kart because it was so cheap. As we said, like with the bundle, it was £30. So, but if you do want to watch Jamie play Donkey Kong, I'm sure there'll be some stream a bit later today, so you can jump in and watch. But yeah, that's the only reason like I went and doubled up on Mario Kart World, because it was £30 with a bundle instead of 70 for the physical. Even if I sold the physical, I probably wouldn't make as much money as I would gain from not buying. But when it comes to like, I've bought the Legends EA special edition, Super Duper Wooper, everything under the sun bag, where you get an umbrella, statues. I think a plushie, I don't know, it's got a load of rubbish with it, but I bought the whole lot. I did see somewhere that they were already reducing Donkey Kong, and that wasn't after release, but I think I saw it somewhere for like 50 something in England. Exactly, like that's the only reason Mario Kart sells so well. Like, and I always put the same argument forward: was if you're gonna play Mario Kart, you'll buy the bundle. There's no point buying the console and the game. And if you're gonna buy the game later, then why didn't you just buy the bundle or wait an extra month, maybe for 30 to 50, whichever currency you use? I understand it with some of them. Yeah, but you're pure physical. I understand that, but a lot of people will just play it for a while and they'll switch it off, if that makes sense, like with most games. And the discount for the bundle is just so good. Yeah, so Charmeleon can take this for us, and then we can just charge him up in the final. I think that's the smartest play, and probably don't need to swap again. Or we could just charge him up all the way through, really. So we can go Dunsparce. What have we got? A Bomber Snow, or probably go left, because they're both middle evolutions, so they're pretty easy to beat. It is the protagonist, Raichu. We seem to be getting Raichu every single one. Kept the Pokemons. I don't have Legends Arceus. I will take the Electric Seeds. I just hope that we don't use this till the final. I sold my PS4 and I think a controller for £100 CEX for my Switch 2. And then I also sold about £100 worth of Jungle, Team Rocket and Fossil Pokemon cards. So I funded up 200 that way. If I really, really wanted to, I could do a lot of work to sell more, but for now, I'm happy to do what I've got. I still got my base set minus the Charizard, so that's like a big payday one day. Like my local town actually has a special traders event coming up at the end of August. They did one the other weekend, but they're doing another one. I'm tempted just to take them all down there and try and cash in for a little bit. I have a few digital copies. I think the other reason why I'm more... I don't want to say I'm anti-digital, but I'm frustrated with digital is because I bought a lot of digital on my PS3 and PS4, played the game for like an hour and never touched it again, and spent a lot of money on games. Like, I will get stick for it, but I did not like Red Dead Redemption 2, and I got the download copy of it, and that was sort of like £40–50, and then suddenly I never played it again and I can't do anything with it. If, like for example, I bought the Quarry physical and then I sold it down the line, and in the end it cost me about £5–10. So I bought it on offer, and by the time I sold it, it had gone back up to about the same price. And the other side of this is I'm not the biggest fan of I don't want to block up all the space on my Switch because I haven't got the special card, if that makes sense. I played the first one, never the second. What, you played Red Dead Revolver 2? Red Dead Revolver was my favourite. I loved that game back in the day. 50 games. I pretty much have got the Pokemon games, Mario Kart 8, and Dragon Quest, which I bought and still have not played about 3 months ago. Because I thought it was like the monsters, and then I realised it wasn't, so I never actually put it in. Sadly. So I don't know if it's just to sell it. I know I'm going to make a loss on it, but I did get the Dragon Warrior Monsters Dark Prince, but I tried streaming it and it was a very slow stream day, so I never went back to it. Monster Sanctuary, I've seen that one around. That is a fun one. Like, there's so many now. Like, the dangerous thing is actually coping with all of the early access, not remotely ready to be released games, and they're being sold as real games. So like the TCG Card Shop Simulator, when it first came out, it was a bit of a mess. And it's slowly improved, but it hasn't had an update for like 3 or 4 months, and now it's still... people either think he's quit. I know Power World has a lot of debate still about it, doesn't it? Like, just how AI'd it was. But again, it's not with PC games. Like, for me, Power World just look like the Ark modded games. That makes sense. Because as we said, we might as well just stick with our 4. Because I remember when Ark was first doing the rounds of all the mods people put in the Pokemon, and everyone was just playing Ark with Pokemon, which was kind of funny. We'll probably just try to let the Dynamax go right round to Charmeleon. So, boy from Belgium, if you need to do it, just to make sure that Charmeleon can Dynamax and we can charge him right up in the final. How is Minecraft on the Switch? Just out of interest. Or on the Switch 2, whichever, if you've tried it on the Switch 2. Because I had it on the PS4 and it was very, very buggy. From my own experience. Like when I went to the Nether, it just sort of blew up on me. So it's kind of better. It's very difficult for me because I would like to play it more, but as I said, the PS4 one, kind of like, for example, when you do the thing to go to the Nether, everything just poured out the Nether and it just glitched and made an absolute mess of everything I'd done, and I kept like phasing into walls and stuff. It was an absolute, for me, playing it was a mess on the PS4, and I'm just worried it can't really handle it on the Switch 2 or the Switch to start with, so that's why I never went back to it. Like, I know the PC is the god way, but let's face it, I don't work off a very powerful PC. But then I've also seen the upgrade between the Fortnites on the Switch and the Switch 2. I know they're completely different games. In fact, they are different games because the one I had on the upgrade wouldn't load on the Switch 2. Now, okay, well maybe it's something I look into. I keep saying I'm looking for something to play in the evening time now. Mainly. Oh, there is a Don fan in the chat if anybody would like it. Yeah, so I say, like, when you do the stream here for 3-ish hours, it kind of gets to a stage where you don't want to go and play Pokemon afterwards, because at the moment I'm not really doing any challenges. Everything I'm doing is an online exclusive thing, so I can't go and do something in these games either. So I'm kind of like a bit stumped of what to do in the evenings, because like, I don't feel like doing a playthrough at the moment. I've done so many playthroughs, and if I'm going to do a challenge, I'd rather do it on the stream as well. So it's kind of just, I'm here and filling it all up pretty much. Ooh. So that's sort of where I'm sort of stuck with that's why I'm looking for something to try. I've been playing some of the simulator games, but they are so samey, and some don't work on the laptop. I keep trying them, as I say. I like Steam, because if it doesn't work after 2 hours, you can get a full refund, and that is nice. Yeah. So they're fun to play through. Like, Charmeleon especially has been doing a lot of challenges on this game, looking to do one in Sword and Shield. I've done plenty of Nuzlocks over the years. No, I don't want to Dynamax. I want to charge up. So that's the way, I've got about 5 saves for Sword and Shield set up so I can have different profiles. To do, like, with these, like, if I wanted to, I could do DAs with myself on my Switch 1 and Switch 2, one off each game. And when I play with the others, like Boy from Belgium, Charlie, and they both do stream, if they do DAs, I will use a different account. I have no problem joining in there. Okay, Electroweb doesn't work. Well, I'll try the next move then. I don't want to try Thunder, so I'll try this one. Poor Raichu, not getting charged up. Good job we've got the Kling doing it still. But now it just means you can Dynamax and have more power, right? Whirlpool. Yeah, so this one isn't too difficult of a battle. But I've done some craziest Nuzlocks in the past, like where you had to lock your team. So if you started a brand new one in Sword and Shield, you would have to use your starter and declare what evolution it is. So it's either going to be Cinderace, Raboot, or Score Bunny. It's up to you what you declare. But you have to have a Pokemon on your team that can evolve twice. So it's sometimes easier to just use Score Bunny. Then you would have, if you caught something on Route 1, you'd have to declare what it was, Route 2, etc. But then once you had 6, the team was completely locked, and you could only have 3 fully evolved Pokemon. They were that's a really ambitious challenge. So I'm in shock and also admire Jackie for finishing that, all 1080 Pokemon done. But I can see why a lot of people, like myself, got a little bit burnt out. Because just repeatedly Nuzlocking these games can be very difficult. But that's a GG. Good luck, everyone. Did you think it was dead? It was definitely dead. So if I would do a Nuzlocke or something, I'd probably on red. Yes, I get that. The thing is, Nuzlocks are very challenging, and since Gen 6, they've become a lot easier because of the experience share. If you're doing it in red or up to those, you've got to grind everything one at a time, which is the time-consuming, annoying part of them. But do we have a shiny? No on the Raichu, no on the Dunsparce, no on the Grovyle, and not on the Tapu. Now, I can't bring myself to do Nuzlocks on anything pre-Gen 6, to be honest. Shiny Grovyle, see? Streamer luck. Maybe you should have done a grass-type challenge. The grass types are haunting you. But congratulations. Is that actually on the bingo board? I feel like that could be. Or on the Connect 4 board. What have we got? Nothing. You're no much help. Let's have a look. I will set this up again. We might as well just stick with this because we had a nice broken path then, so. Okay. And the other good thing about using this code is nobody can sort of like stream sniper you into thinking that you'll just use that code every time. The grass types, yes, because grass type is the best type. Oh dear. Is Grovyle on here? I can't remember. I make a game and yeah, Grovyle is on the Connect 4 board if you fancy joining in. Thank you for coming in though, and hopefully you enjoy the DK game. I look forward to hopefully catching a stream at some point and seeing how it looks. Because I may be swayed into trying it one day. But you never know with me. Okay, we'll do the 3 again. Yeah, I'm more of a... well, look, shall we take this? Shall we leave it for you to take again? I guess I can take it for now. Okay, I was hoping we might get something better. I've never really played a Mario game outside of the sporty stuff. So that's why I've not really been overly convinced of pushing for that game. If that makes sense. It's just always been... I think I may have tried Mario 64, but never really got on with it. I guess we can just take the grass squad then this time. What do we have? Poliwrath. What is the ground type? Yeah. Let's probably go this way. Probably easier to beat. No, okay. Yeah, so my Mario Kart or my Mario games, my Zelda games, I've never played them. So that's kind of why I've never really jumped in going into those games. That's why I had not really ever got a Switch. It's just that the Pokemon stuff really drew me back. So, yeah, that's kind of why. Oh, I do have Brick Break. I forgot I had Brick Break. Let's make it all stronger. I've mentioned the game I used to play once that reminded me of Zelda, and that was Dark Cloud on the PlayStation 2. It was also released on the 3 and 4. But the idea was you go into these caves, fight monsters, and eventually you have to rebuild villages. Welcome in, J-Rock. What are you looking to trade? First of all. And you had to build the village at a certain way to unlock the next chapter of the game. And by doing that, you had to make sure you had got all of the certain things the other characters wanted in their village, for their house, for their well, streams, etc. It was a very interesting game. I don't have any of the legendaries in this game, sadly. I have not even finished the game. I'm not champion yet. I just do the DAs and shiny hunt. I don't want to be champion because it pushes all the levels up around the game, and I don't want that for shiny hunting. So I don't have any of the legendary box art stuff available in this game. Yeah, we were always going to get hurt by this big beastie fella. But if it comes to just surviving for these runs, you could take this if you want. But then you are quite good against the grass types. That's the other thing. You would be very helpful for the grass types. Luxury ball for the Tauros. And we did start the pain of a Reggie hunt. We went and did about 15, and Reggie still won't quit. Because, yeah. No, I don't want to do trades at the moment for anything. The whole point of my challenge is to get brand new ones. Brand new save, brand new shinies. So, and with everything in my trainer ID. Yeah, so if we just take on grass. If you want, try to aim for the physical ones. Yeah, it was just 15, sadly. I can't stand doing soft resets. Thank you for the lurk, Sophia. Hopefully everything is good with you. I have actually got Reggie still on my other save file, which is why it's really frustrating that I've got to do them all again. But the other reason why I didn't really commit to doing too many is I want to actually build the shiny hunting team first. No, I've used the wrong move. I shouldn't have used Screech. I shouldn't have used Screech. Yes, but I don't have a way of streaming the Ultra Sun games. That's why I don't have them ready. I may have made a mistake. Use special moves. Use special moves. You can also check out Sophia Wears Glasses on their hunts in a mixture of games of BDSP and Sword and Shield mostly, doing full odd shiny hunting, with lots of chilled out music to keep you entertained. That I decided to make a new account. What, me or you? Part of this challenge was to have an account that was exclusive for streaming, like you said, like you've got with yours. Oh, No, stop trying to use that move. I guess I'll just use Grass Pledge. If you were doing DAs one day, could you still use your Switch as a second DA account? Do you actually have Sword and Shield, or just one copy of the game? I've set one of my old profiles up as a second account, and so far I've done it like I've generally joined streams and done 2 accounts rather than actually hosted 2. Okay, I should have used Endure then, I guess. Mr. Belgium, are you swapping at all on this route? Is there a plan to swap for you or not? Or should I take this and you're going to keep that for Thunder and stuff? Okay, so you would have to do a Sword and a Shield one basically, wouldn't you? But you would have to use your main account, or I don't know how you run your stuff. Like, I've got myself the family account, or family pass, so I have 7 children accounts set up. So I can just keep making new ones. Because this is about my 3rd account, I think, if I'm honest. Like, 3rd proper, like, set up to Shiny Hunt account. Like, my very first save on this thing I have still not deleted, but sadly it is pretty useless. I caught all the legendaries. I didn't know you could Shiny Hunt them all. Fair enough. But I guess you've always used the same name in-game. I used to use random names quite a lot. I used to go through a stage when I was doing... and when I used to play the Supercard game, I used to just basically go on the draft board and press on a card, and that would be my trainer ID. It was weird and funny, and it worked. Yeah, so Mr. Belgium, are you taking this? Or... because I think Charmeleon will be perfect for the last grass type, and Charmeleon can take the last grass. Oh, there is a Kabuto. You can? Then I will stick with my Grovyle then. Or are you going to see whether the computer wants to swap? I don't know. It's up to you, really. But I think this is good to have because of... yeah, because you're going to Dynamax, aren't you? So you take it. The Relicanth is just going to be here to the end. Wait, what were we going to take? No, we don't want to take the bird on. I thought there was another grass type. What happened to the other grass type? I guess we'll just take this one because it's easy to beat. Okay. We get the Zard type. I usually use my actual name for my personal account. I don't think I've actually ever set a game up on the Switch with my personal name. I've used variations or some of the same letters, but that's about it. But then when I first got it, I was doing everything single player. I didn't really know how big the online world of it was. It wasn't until I got involved with like the Forever Lock community, and that was like the crazy Nuzlocke community, that I really started learning more about other people playing. And you saw a bit of shiny hunting, but I didn't really get too involved properly. I tried to do it like my personal thing. But neither is Dash either. It's just my Legends Arceus save file. So yeah, so I started doing that, and I started just watching a few shiny hunting challenges and thought, you know what, I'm gonna do this one and see how good it is. And then from there on, we just never really looked back. And because the big thing I've mentioned, and I know you feel a little bit the same, is shiny hunting is even more fun when you can do it with a community. And that's what I really like, doing little community challenges. I do really want to bring in my own one somewhere along the line. We tried the bug one, but it didn't quite take off. We've still got time to do more in the future. As we said, once we get the shiny charm, and maybe September, I might aim to start doing a type challenge. That could be something I look at. I don't know about August because in this heat it is kind of difficult to do too much streaming, to be honest. So I guess nobody really wants this, so we're gonna probably keep this team, which is fine. I think it's on Charmeleon's Dynamax, and we get the berries, so that's good. And I can just Screech because that's all Grovyle is good for. So what we're going to say is whoever gets the shiny, I have to take on the first run, right? Is that how it works? But yeah. But that's kind of what it's been like, really. Like, it's been fun joining in, like I've mentioned many times, doing like the Dex 365 stuff. I'm in 2 communities that do different variations of that. Little bingo hunts, little races. I keep trying to bring my own one to the table, but well, it's been good because Casper's really jumped on and taken it on really well. But it would be lovely if we could get a few more people in on it. But I know this weather is not the easiest weather to shiny hunt in. The Switch 2 gets extremely hot. I'm not gonna lie. I've noticed that quite a lot. But yeah, and the fact that I have like 2 laptops for streaming and a Switch on charge and light, you know what I mean. It adds up for heat. But at least somebody finally got a shiny. Like, I don't even think many people have been getting shinies in the DAs. I can show you how many shinies we got on this save file after this. And I forgot, I do need to change... Did I change the Stuntank's name or not? Because I spelt Cadbury wrong. Just might as well Screech again. I got an idea I want to try for my Discord. Open a booster pack every month. Also, and all art rares become this Discord's targets for the month. And then I'm getting a cabinet for the cards on the wall. Pools will be cabinet. You can look back. So that's like really fun. Like, it's sort of taking elements of the Booster Thursday, but then making it a monthly challenge, which is nice to mix it all together. Like, if you were to do it as a tester, like you're doing a full booster pack, the way I would suggest doing doing it as a test is just try it one day. Say, like, open a pack and say these are the targets we've got to get shiny for the week. So you get about 7 cards, isn't it? And see how many people want to get involved, because the last thing you want to do is invest in a booster. A booster box, open, 30 odd packs, and maybe 2 people remotely show interest, if that, you get what I mean. But if you just do 1 pack, give everyone a week, leave the basic common cards on there, and see how many people get all 7 or something, or see how many you can get as like the introduction to it, and then move forward with the bigger, more ambitious side to it. And let's check for some shinies then. No Tauros, or Lurantis, or Grimmsnarl, or Tapu Fini. Because like the last thing you really want to do is like put the invest, but then because you're already collecting them, there's also a good thing that you're just going to collect them anyway. But if you do it as a start thing, they're like, I like this challenge, and then you sort of explain that you want to try and make it bigger and bigger, and it sort of draws people in. Like I've said before, I think including my own in this One of the problems with Discord is we all, especially the people sort of our level, we're all sort of doing the same sort of thing, and we all sort of just share our shinies between each other. I wanted, and my big passion would be to build a Discord where the categories would be the streamer. So, for example, there would be a voices category that would have a Connect 4 game, shiny hunt race, chat and stream schedule. Then you would have Charmeleon, and you would have like your booster challenge, your stream schedule, shiny badge updates, and a few other things here and there. Then you would have Boy from Belgium, etc., etc. Just go down, and you would all get a couple of channels each. But instead of it be, I get a shiny, go bang, 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 it's in like 5 Discords. Instead of, here it is. If people want to watch it or see it, they can. But here are the shinies we've got so far. I still need to fix the spelling on the name. I spelled Cadbury wrong. But we got Cadbury the Stuntank. We got Snickers the Squovit, which was a random encounter. And we got Crocodile. So yeah, there are 3 shinies. But then you've also got to take into account that a lot of people also want to have their own sort of individuality, so it shouldn't be... you get what I mean? It's so difficult to really put it exactly how I want or how I envisioned it. Because like the other side that could be negative is there could be somebody who comes in your stream that I just don't like. Let's just say, for example, I just don't get on with. They don't like me and I don't like them. They might not want to be part of the server, and so on and so forth. So, okay, no worries. Thank you for playing along. Shall we go for some Ho-Ho? How do you feel about Ho-Ho, Charmeleon? Wait, what was it I was after? Plus... we can do Ho-Ho, I guess. Just to mix it up a bit. Oh, thank you for the alert, Miss Amber. Just make sure there's no takeaways for lunch. Or breakfast, probably, in your time. I will set up Ho-Ho. But I can tell you from my own experience, trying to set up a new shiny event with a up-and-coming Discord is very, very difficult. I'm just going to be honest. I had 3 games in mind. When I first made my Discord more open, I did Who's That Pokemon? So the idea was a person in the server would pick a Pokemon and you would catch a shiny and you have to ask a question related to that shiny, yes or no answer. So, for example, you could have asked your Grovyle one, you could have said, is it a Hoenn Pokemon? And that sort of trims it down. And the idea is you can ask one question a day and until you can whittle it down to find the answer. It started okay. We did 1 round. We didn't finish the 2nd round. So that was one. I wanted to do like a hangman game where you would have to catch a shiny and the first letter would actually be a clue that you could pick on a hangman board. So if I caught an unpheasant, it would be the U, and you would have to declare where it was. And that game really didn't take off. I think we got one entry in the whole thing. And then the final one I tried was a sort of chain one. So again, we could use your Grovyle as an example. We caught the Grovyle. Let's just double check what's good here. Nothing really. Guess we'll just go for the electric. Probably go through the psychic. There's enough dark moves here. Yeah, so the final one was like, say we caught the Grovyle and that was your shiny. The next thing that had to be redeemed had to start with an E and to start with the last letter and see how far we could get through the decks. Didn't really take off. We lasted okay for a week or so. But something I've noticed is people come and go from shiny hunting. And it's hard to keep people really, really interested. That's why I like the idea of doing the odd games here and there. I'm just going to metal sound on this. So I got sturdy, so if it does try to hit me, it won't do too much damage. That's why I made the Connect 4 game with the concept of I didn't want it to be just bingo, pretty much. And that's why the board's so big. That's okay. Lucha can take that all day. In fairness, me and you could probably stick with our team to the end. Because we've both got a big rock move, haven't we? Did I miss metal sound or something? Try it again. But that was just from my own experiences. It's sort of like what you start to notice after a while is there is like a divide between people that want to do a lot of shiny hunting interactively, and a lot of people that prefer just to do their own thing and share a couple of shinies. And that's where it can sometimes feel a bit difficult to really encourage everyone to get involved. Like, because I jumped into one community called the Trainer Lounge around Christmas, because I was doing my first challenge and found someone doing something really fun. They were doing shiny hunt co-op screams in Legends Arceus, and they do the idea of having titles and winning everything, and it was really fun. So I jumped in a bit head first into that, did all their bingos, did a few other things here and there with the Dex 365, did a couple of other games they loved, and it was really fun. But over the year, less and less people wanted to get involved, and certain things happened which wasn't anything between people, it was personal things happened to other people in there. Everyone sort of stepped away, and it slowly whittled down to being like 4 or 5 people. So it's just not as many people really doing the challenges anymore, which is sort of a bit frustrating, but it is what life is. It happens. Sadly. There is a Nickit, if anybody is after a Nickit in the chat. Yeah, we do have a very good squad for this. That is true. And we have to do some manipulation, but because I think you would be better to Dynamax over me, because your move is a 2-turn move, isn't it? We might have just practice on this fairy. Why not? Yeah, that's pretty much the only reason why I'm streaming it, if I'm honest, is to just sort of meet people who want to share their adventures. And I just find, I know at the beginning of the stream we were talking about how difficult it was with the change of shiny hunting methods, but it's just more relaxing just to be around chatting to people, doing little competitions. Like, now there is a little bit of back of the head idea I've been looking at. We'll just go for this. Give Beavis if yeah, that was, I think the plan was electric, so we could get items. And that's why I think I picked to go right and then across. Yeah, so like the other sort of idea is like, so there is a Twitch team, you've probably heard people mention it, but they're called like Team Yell. They've been doing like a shiny hunt competition, knockout competition and stuff at the moment. Just been quite fun to watch. So that's involved, of the people I follow, it's had Bradlow and Tina, or Tiny Tina. And basically they have 2 or 3 hours to do a certain shiny hunting method against another member of the team, and it's what I would say, it's knockout, but even if you lose you go into a loser's bracket and stuff. And it's been really fun to watch that, and like part of me was tempted to try to create some form of league of streamers, so just off the top of my head, the people I know who do stream would be Belgium, Robin, Corey, yourself. But let's just say that for now. We'll keep it at those. Right, I'm just doing this because I want to hit the still move. And the idea would be each week, basically we'd randomise it up, and each week we would pick, the matches would be picked at random. And so say it was me versus you, and week 1 was shiny hunting with sandwiches. We would have 3 hours to shiny hunt with sandwiches. Yeah, they probably would. I'm just using the people I know from my Discord who, as an example. The dream scenario would be to probably pitch the idea to a Solar or a Dorcas to be the host because they have a bigger following. But the idea would be you would get all the streamers. It would have to be a streamer thing rather than a just audience, because the idea is you would want to be able to double check any footage, etc. I've played competitions, or even though they're fun, I've played them and people get upset about the stupidest thing, and if you do it on stream, there's nothing people can say that you made up. So that's the only reason why I say it's more for the streamer side. But the idea would be a fixture list like the Premier League, but each week it'd be a different type of shiny hunting challenge. So as I said, like week 1 could be sandwiches, and the first fixture of the season could be Charmeleon versus Voices, and we would have, in that week, we would have to stream for 2 or 3 hours depending on the discussion of the rounds, and whoever got the most, it wouldn't be whoever gets the most. So say I got 6 and you got 8, you win 8-6, and you get the points for the win, and you get what I mean. But if I got 6 and you were like, well, I only need to get 7, no, the point is you would need to get more because there would be like goal difference, etc. Yeah. And then like week 2 could be something like shiny hunting in Obsidian Fieldlands exclusively. Yeah, I think it would. I think it's one that if I'm going to pitch it, I need to pitch it not in the summer. I could probably do the feelers for people who would want to join, but it wouldn't start till at least September when the heat goes down a bit, because a lot of people are not streaming as much because of the heat. I did actually think I had a ground move, I'm not going to lie. I forgot that I had this, not the Boldor. But that's kind of what the concept would be. So it would be something that could go on for up to, say, 6 months depending on numbers. Like you could do 2 rounds against each person. You may not know who you're playing each week, but you would probably be able to work it out by the end of the week, because the idea would you play everyone once and then replay everyone a second time. Now I might as well just keep doing this. Now nobody can really hit this thing, but it does have static. I think this... yeah, I don't know. But that would be like the really, really ambitious idea. If it's to sell Celebi, I have been on there. I say quite a lot that I'm having a lot of problems with the Celebi website. Yeah, every time I go on it, it lags the computer out like mad. But yeah, I know most of the movesets. I just forgot that I had Lara, not Boldor. I thought I had, because Boldor has Stomping Tantrum, and this doesn't have a ground move. Yeah, that's why I made the mistake. I just mixed up what I actually had as my Pokemon. No, my fault. It's one of those, like, I look at it and think, oh yeah, you're just the middle rock thing that no one really remembers too much. I only sort of asked the question as well. The other reason I do the asking question is, I know it sounds cheap, but technically it creates interactivity with the chat. So like if like Boy from Belgium pretty much knows them all off by heart. So that's kind of why I do it. Like if I say what they all are, it doesn't mean it pushes people away from being involved in chat. That's kind of the madness behind it all. I'm going to Dynamax, however stupid this seems, purely because I really want you to Dynamax in the final. And I hope that I can get this finished before we get there. Hopefully raising your defense is going to help. But no, it's a very big risk. Like, we definitely don't have the best team for Tokodamaro. But now you can see why I'm very good at putting a plan in my head. I'm not so good at making it happen. But we also said like the races, we're sort of doing them as a bit of a trial at the time we're doing. Like for example, like Casper's come over and played both, and my start time for those races for Casper is 4 o'clock in the morning. So it's amazing that they make the effort to come and join in. I know they usually miss the first hour, and it's also really early for like a Corey, who sometimes comes and joins in. But there's a temptation to push them to like the Sunday evening or afternoon, because like for yourself, for example, if it's Formula 1, you're more likely to want to do the Formula 1, and I understand that. I get that. Like I have things I prefer doing than certain stream times. So that's one example. Like, and then it's also the football season between 2 and 6. The football's on. I don't know if we want to watch Tottenham this year, but if they're on telly, we more likely want to watch. But yeah, it's sort of one of those. Midday is sort of awkward because a lot of people like to go and do things on a Sunday as well. But if you do it Sunday evening, they could have done everything all day and they just want to relax and play a bit of card or a bit of Pokemon or something. And then I also get the chance to have more of the American audience involved. I have no problem. I get it. Like that's what I mean. Like it's difficult for the time I do it. Like if people like, I personally hate doing things that start at 12 o'clock because you have to find something to do in the morning and then you have to find something to do afterwards. And that's kind of what my problem can be when I pick 12 o'clock on a UK time, because it's sort of, people do like to go out. Like it's like you've just said exactly. You enjoy you spent the last 2 with the missus. That's the thing. Like you want to spend time with her, and if you do spend time just during the day and in the evening, suddenly you're free to join in. So it opens up a door for another person to play. Same with the American audience. They may just want to do the morning bit, and so on and so forth. That's kind of why I'm thinking of maybe moving it to an evening time. It could. I've said from the very beginning, if we come in the top 10, I'm happy next season. I just want to see it be more consistent to get. Like my target is 60 points next season, and I'll be happy with 60 points. I'm not going to demand top 4, not going to demand top 6. I think 60 points is a reasonable amount. I do think that our points total last season was very misleading. I think we were around 54-ish. That was what I thought. I think 6th is ambitious, but I don't mind. I'd rather be happy with 10th and come higher than chase 6th and be disappointed we came 9th or something, if that makes sense. I'd rather it just be, let's have a stable season where we play well and we're a bit unlucky, and just get the players to actually run around, not just do nothing. You could do if you want. Like, it does have the potential of Nuzzle, which is very helpful to get the Paralyze ourselves. I do think we're going to struggle, but it's what we're going to have to deal with. It's bad luck, really. Like, I think if we had put a bit more thinking on, we would have thought, no, we don't want that one. uh, Stat-wise, yes. Like, I think the main reason it cost us is I've said that I think it is completely down to the Big Ange. I think because football's very negative nowadays, everyone just sits on the penalty area. And Big Ange's style was, I don't know how to break down a team that sits on the penalty area. And not to be comparing us to a Man City, but Man City struggled with the same problem. People have been playing Man City for so long, and they know the fact is, you just sit deep, put some speedy wingers on there, kick it to the speedy wingers, and you get a goal. And as long as you're tight at the back, you're not going to concede a goal. And that's what we struggled with. We didn't know how to break teams down, didn't have a clue how to do it at all, and we were a bit of a mess because of that reasoning only. We could have done the Arteta and cried about decisions, because we had a horrendous run of bad decisions. I wouldn't quite go Barcelona level because our midfield was a bit iffy. But it's one of those, like, it happened. Like, as I said, we had like a run where, so like Arteta cries because his players get sent off for kicking the ball away, which was a yellow card offence. But when we were playing Arsenal, we were 1-0 up, ball went off, clear as day as a goal kick. He gave a corner, they scored from the corner. Against Newcastle, we were 1-0 up, ball was kicked to hit the guy's hand, put the ball for a 1 goal when they scored, made it 1-1, fell apart. Against Everton, it was either 0-0 or we were 1-0 down, Stonewall penalty. Should have gone our way, but Big Ash didn't once complain about the referee, which was what I do respect about him. I loved his press. That's the only thing I really liked about him. Whenever he handled the press, he was brutally honest, and it was nice and a breath of fresh air. He goes, just a bad day, guys. It's just like, it's like, oh, it was the referee cost us. It's like, without saying the team, my local team did the double over Arsenal last year, and in both games they complained about the referee. One was for a red card, surprise, surprise. One was for a potential handball goal, which would have either been a penalty and a red card for their player, or a goal. But yeah, there is a Delmise in the chat, if anybody would like it. Yeah, and we were losing by the odd goal. Like, the first game of the season summed it up against Leicester. They had one shot on target and they scored, and we spent the rest of the game in their half. Yes, and they do have a bigger question to answer, which I feel that a lot more neutral fans should be questioning Arsenal after the Partey not so little secret came out, shall we say. And they kept playing him for years. They played him for 3 years with these allegations around him. But let's check some shinies first. Muna Mashana even. No to the Tokatik. No to the Tokotomaro. And not a Ho-Ho. Because I remember when that thing first got announced, that a North London player had been questioned for things they did. And Ben Davies had to come off his honeymoon to say it wasn't him. Charmeleon got a Grovile. That was it so far. So Boy from Belgium didn't get one. Did you want to join in any, Robin, or not? Are you just going to be watching, or are you going live in a minute? Yes, we can't help all these little clubs from South London. That one was very stressful. I feel like just going for a Blacephalon now. I don't want to deal with the stress. Blacephalon is easy. Okay, have you got any more shinies yourself, or are you still sad of 4? I'm just going to top the water up before we start, because of course we go through this like mad. And got to stream because I got burned out on Monday. That was on... What were you playing Monday? I've forgotten. You were doing alpha hunting, weren't you? Okay, let's just go with the 2.
Who's that Pokemon?
Jerry, thank you for the gifted sub to Dan, the boss man himself. You didn't have to, but thank you as always. And for all the support over the 6 months or so that we've been doing this. I took a biking trip. Oh, okay. Oh, as in sunburn. When you said burnt, I read that as burnt out, as in something went bad. We don't really have a good team for this battle, I'm going to be honest. There is a dark type. I prefer water for this one, if I'm honest, but yeah, we could go for the wheezing and then double dark, I guess. What is that? Yeah, I think we get wheezing because then we take away its beast boost, which I think would be very, very helpful getting rid of beast boost. It does also have a dark move. But that is number 2 gifted from Cheerio, so thank you again. Yes, the Crawdont. Not Cramorant like I tend to call it sometimes. This does have Flamethrower, so I don't think the Frostlass is going to last very long. If I'm honest. I am just going to go and try and beat it quickly. But just remember, if we take the wheezing, we lose our abilities as well in the final. If that is Crawdon, I guess it would probably be better. Well, basically, one of us should have Crawdon, because Max Geyser is what I always say I prefer on Blacephalon. That's my dream scenario with this battle. If you can get Max Geyser and Weather Ball, you generally beat it in one go. Like my 2 dream Pokemon to start this route is Pelipper or Politoed. I've won so many. I'm thinking of moves because remember I'm going to be weak against it. Because it's got a dark move. All I've got is Psychic, so I can't actually hit it. Pretty sure. Yeah, all I've got is 2 shields, and so it might be best if I take the wheezing. Because at least then we can get rid of the adaptability. And then you can take the Crawdon. But I'm tempted to get rid of the wheezing later. That's the other thing I'm thinking. Because yes, we lose Beast Boost, but we lose Crawdon's advantage. So it's just going to be sort of there, if that makes sense. But I was on the other side of it, as I said. So Charmeleon and Cheerio. It's been thankful for both of the subs. I was looking at my numbers and I was thinking, I don't think I was going to get the July payout, but I think I probably will now. I was quite surprised, like, with the numbers. But wheezing is also good in the final with the Dark Pulsar. So we would probably also like to get rid of the Frostlass somehow. And, well, I can't remember what they... But because we want Max Geyser, that's important, I guess. What is that? That's Feeble. So, I am reluctantly going to say, don't press yes to see unless we see what the computer wants to do. And actually, there's a scientist there, so if they take it, they'll swap it out. So just take it. We'll worry about the end later. Hopefully the Frostless will swap going into that battle. We'll just get this thing done. It won't hit as hard. That's the key thing to note. Because of this extra move. But yeah, you can Dynamax if you want. You would lower its speed, which is fine, I guess. If it does Sword Starts, I'll use Clear Smog. But I won't use Clear Smog unless it does Sword Stance. I know it will ruin what you're taking off it, but it's just what we're going to have to deal with. Like, we said this was a bad starting team. We can't help that. It happens. So, yeah. I don't mind. I have said, today has flown by. I'm not going to lie. We're at 2.5 hours already. It doesn't feel like that at all. See, one other little concept I had a little bit of an idea was to try and do a shiny hunt race that was a streamer tag. So, say for example I started at 12 o'clock and I did 3 hours till 3 o'clock. After my 3 hours, I would then raid into, for example, I'd raid into you, and then you would host the same race for the next 3 hours. Then you would go into the next streamer for 3 hours. And so on and so forth, and see if we could get one to work for 24 hours, with the last person doing like 9 till 12 UK time, raiding back into me to get the results. I know that sounds like a really ambitiously bonkers idea, and it would be like a 24-hour race where everyone should take part in as they want. So like, you could join mine and do your stuff offline, and then I could join yours and do mine offline. It would take a lot of work. Don't you worry. That's what I mean by I have these big ideas that I know I'm not in a position to push to make it happen. I think if you were ever to do that, you would have to kind of pay the streamers to be in them, if that makes sense. I know that sounds a bit cheesy, but that's kind of how I think it would have to work, if I'm honest. Yeah, we should be able to beat this thing pretty easily. Because I'm guessing that's how a lot of these bigger connected ones are. You sort of offer a monetary incentive or a percentage of something to be part of it. But I've said what my big goal has always been with this, and that is to actually help or take part in one of PM7's Shiny Hunt generational challenges. Hello, Cheerio. As I said, are you feeling much better today? I know you were very, very down last night, but I'm hoping you're feeling much better. And our crazy Dynamax adventures are helping. Eventually we would do my own, but I don't want to just do that when he's in the middle of his, if you get what I mean. He's only done Gen 1 to 4 so far, but the amount of different streamers he has involved is fantastic. That's good then. I'm happy that you're feeling a bit better. And we're getting you back to the best. Yeah, let's just carry on. I will Dynamax next turn just to make sure we win. Because you have to also remember, if I turn around and say I'm going to do a generational 24-hour challenge to get all the Kanto Pokemon, the reality is, at best I would get maybe at best 10 people involved, if that makes sense. And that's being very ambitious. Because I know that there are people out there who shiny hunt, and if they've got stuff, they don't want to do them again. That's what I've noticed. So that's what I mean by doing it my own one is a lot more crazy. I would just love to see, get invited into it to see like the ins and outs behind the scene, if that makes sense, so I can see how it operates, what sort of little things that they do, to like connect it all together. Because remember, he also makes these into like a series video, so then that's going to be getting the footage of every single person who is involved, and then sending it to an editor to chop it down. That is a crazy amount of work and would cost a lot of money to produce. That's why I'm not doing my own. I would love to just be part of the story one day first. As long as once you've been part of it, then you can start thinking I could go a bit further. And we do have the Frostlass in the final. So that's why. And I would love to just be able to just take part in a bit of the Gen 5 one. Because again, a lot of it would be me just hosting Dynamax adventures. Like, I would probably go and do the legendaries. But I think you would have to have the streamers, like you have to do it all on stream. So, like for example, we could do like a big collab sort of stream. I want to let you Dynamax, to be honest, because your water move doesn't hit. So like our Dynamax team could be yourself, Belgium, and Robin, say for example, and the four of us could be all streaming at once and chatting away, strategizing and everything. And then if you get the Gen 5 thing, fantastic, then we can move on to the next thing. And that's kind of what it did, like you sort of made your teams. Well, that's what I've seen with some of the footage. And I think you need to do one as part of it before you even consider doing one yourself, if I'm honest. But then the other side of it is you don't want to go into too many Discords and just do all their ideas. Like, hence why I don't want my own bingo game yet, because I'm in about 3 Discords that have a form of bingo. It's like, well, I don't want to do another bingo, because if they're in there, they're not going to play mine as well, because they're doing 2 or 3 others. Yeah, I knew I was probably going to get hurt. Okay, did better than I thought we would. Do you even get to use your water move? That's the question. Oh, we have a Cubo in the chat. Yes, you should get to use your big water move. Just. See, this one's a nice easy one. This is the one I've probably done the most and not got a shiny for. And this is over about 3 different saves. I know for a fact I did over 100 Landorus and never got it. So, but this one I think I must have done well over 100 by now. All with the shiny charm. I just kept this one because it's a nice easy path. On my other, well, one of my other saves I've got Theramosa, but I think for some reason I've got Blacephalon on there. And I was helping someone, I should have saved Quintana. That would have been a fun one to save. But I know for a fact my next about 4 weeks are going to be crazy. Because I've got so many horror movies to watch. Oh dear, I've already got, I think, 20 back. And I only emailed everyone yesterday. But let's check some shinies. Let's see. Wheezing I know is not shiny because there's not black smoke coming out of it. Nor is the Crawdont, or the Lipard, or the stupid Pennywise. I got nothing. Hello Wolfie, how are you today? Wolfie is a streamer friend of ours too, who does a lot of Fortnite and Phasmophobia and other horror games. Usually streams when I'm half asleep, but I am good, thank you. But yeah, we enjoy Wolfie, and hopefully the Cubs are a bit nicer today and giving you a little bit more of a rest. But I technically am streaming in the middle of your morning, so it's one of those things, like anytime any of the American side stream their evenings, it's going to be my midnight. I know the horrors of that from all my years of watching wrestling. When they used to put the wrestling shows on at 1 o'clock in the morning. Try staying up for them all the time. Let's go with another Blacephalon. Let's get Pennywise. Well, hopefully soon you'll be able to just throw them into the school. You won't have to deal with them during the day. Then we get daytime Wolfie. I know, I always see everyone telling you to go to sleep. We've got a very groundy team here. I guess the crocodile can work nicely. But the Cradilly could work, I don't know. There's a very nice team. I'm not the best at it because I'm a very, very early morning person. So from my old times, I remember pretty much I used to start work between like 5:30 and 7. So we don't really want to go near anything watertight, do we, in this run? So I think we go right, because this could be a good thing to add to the team. We should destroy this relatively easily, I think. If we get damaged, we could take it, but we're not desperate for it. We might as well get the oven while it's staring at us. See if it's good. I still can't believe I haven't actually got a shiny today. This game hates me so much. It won't give me a shiny. We're going to try the complaining style. See whether that works. It sometimes works. It has worked in the past. If we complain about it, it will reward us. But for now, we're going to make our big money hit extra hard. There's no point really going for the wheezing on this run because it takes my ability away. There's no point me losing my ability. That's why I think we just stick to the right for now. We'll probably beat this in a couple of goes. Let's be honest. Like, Cradilly is not actually horrendous in this battle because it could use the gastric acid in the final as well. So it's gonna be potentially a friend. Wait, this has a water move. When did it get a water move? It's a giant stove. I forgot it had a water move. Oops. Never mind. We'll beat it. There we go. I don't really think either of us need to swap, to be honest. Between I was definitely one of the best. Like, I'm actually one of the people that likes nearly every Gen 8 mon more than a lot of others. Like Galarian Zagoon, I love Rookedy. Nickit's great and so underrated. This whole line, because it's a rock type and rock quite often gets ignored, it doesn't get enough love. Okay, there goes the Cradilly, I guess. Yamper, I love Yamper so much. So much. We might as well just take the little ghost on. It's only a little teapot. It's going to hurt, but you've got a dark move, so you'll be good. You can just smash it with the dark move. But yeah, this whole line, like, the only one I don't really like too much is probably the Barraskewda, but that's more because we've had a lot of fish in general, and I kind of don't like too many fish Pokemon. But this is what one of the friends of the channel does, like a guy called Neil Surreal. He does all these Nuzlockes, and lovely bloke. You can chill out, watch everything. But he does these Nuzlockes where when he's doing the grinding, he does like chat's favourite Pokemon, and it's really funny to get everyone's reactions to different things. Which is one of the problems with Nuzlocke pre-Gen 6, if you're doing it as a streamer, you've got to find something to do in the grinding sessions. Like Gen 6 and upwards, you generally are fine. Like you can natter a bit, do a tiny bit of shiny hunting here and there, and you're fine. But anything pre-Gen 6 with experience, what's it called? The no experience share is horrible. But when was your next stream day? I keep forgetting days. Is it today, or is it going back into the weekend? Stonish, can I hit one? No, of course I can't. Typical. Wasted my space. Because we've mentioned before that we did a challenge back in April where we did as many DAs as possible, with the goal to get as many shinies as possible between us all. And my final total was 400 DAs. Okay. What sort of time is your early shifts then? You don't have to say what type of work, just like... I always see different things called different things. I saw one say an afternoon shift was starting at 2 and finishing at midnight, and I think that's not an afternoon shift. Oh, they're the best. No, they're not the best. No, if they're okay, aren't they? Because then you can still get home and be asleep. I hate the full night ones. Like when they sort of say like night, they sort of want twilight people, they call them, and it used to be starting at fair enough. I have looked at casinos, but I don't think I would have the patience to deal with drunk people. Hence the person that was drunk in a casino many times. No, I think we just go for the win more than anything here. This should be okay to beat. Yeah, as I say, like so I've seen places that sort of want people to work 5 nights a week at starting at 10, finishing at 7. It's like, how do you function doing 5 nights a week? I can understand 3 or 4, but 5, like, and then I'm somebody who 100% cannot sleep in daylight. As soon as the sun's up, I wake up. Just can't cope with it. Absolutely can't cope with it. Which is why I used to love the old sort of 5-6 o'clock start, finish at 2 in the afternoon. Then you had the whole afternoon, whole evening to do what you want. Well, there goes the crook. Oh no, he survived. Ideal, so poker, blackjack and roulette. We switch around, we do all games all night. I don't like casino poker, but I like Texas Hold'em, if that makes sense. I used to love doing that. I remember once on I used to play a lot on Sky Poker because I used to have a TV channel and everything, and they used to host all their tournaments, and they would have TV tournaments that were only like £5 or £10 to enter, and I used to enter them, and I actually won a tournament on like Christmas Eve or something for like £200. I was so happy. Yeah, Texas Hold'em's so nice to play. I'm just not used to, like, every time I try to enter a live tournament, you have to deal yourself, and I hate doing the dealing side of it. Because, like, when you're playing, if you make a mistake, they get really angry, don't they? But when you're a dealer, you end up demanding the respect without doing anything, because they've seen you do it, and everyone trusts you. We'll still keep using... I should have Dynamaxed. No, actually it doesn't matter, because we don't really want you to Dynamax. If you don't have health, and we beat this in this turn, I'm tempted to say to take this, because it has a dark move if you want to, and then you can max darkness first turn, but it is completely up to you, because I think this fight's gonna be relatively tough. If you want to stick and just go Darkest Lariat, we should be fine. Right, if it hits you, then it means the rest of us get an extra go, right? That's the other way of looking at it. Oh yes, the slow players who want to say they're reading their opposition, calculating in their heads. It's quite funny. One of the very, very, very few books I've read was actually a guy called Gus Hansen's. I don't know if you know real poker players, but a guy called Gus Hansen wrote a book about a whole tournament he played. And he literally, it's called Every Hand Revealed, and he talks about every decision he makes when he went on to win a tournament. And it was just crazy how interesting it was to see his thought process. Like, because I really, really got into Texas Hold'em around the later 2000s, I want to say. Like, I was not like any sort of like addict or anything. I'll just point that out. I would play like 2 or 3 £5 tournaments and usually get the cash to cover the next round of tournaments. I wouldn't play just normal friendly games. I would just do tournament play, and I'd love sitting there and playing the game. Bell for a taunt. Well, good job. You get hit. Someone spoke about that the other week. He's probably the most famous. Well, no, he isn't the most famous. The most famous died recently, or last year. No. I guess I used to watch a lot of it, like some of like the challenge TVs or the weird channels on Sky used to put tournaments on, and you get to watch some of the bonkers hands. And I used to love just watching thought processes and learning stuff. I used to play with a few people who I worked with at their social club. But I know it's one of those games that I don't really like playing without money, because people play silly hands, if that makes sense. But if you're playing for money, it's quite interesting. But again, never silly money. And I think the most I ever paid to play was £10. But I sort of went on a bad streak and just cashed out and walked away, which is the smart way to play. But GG and good luck. Hopefully we can get you another shiny. Maybe me a shiny. That would be nice. I would like one. I'm pretty sure that's not a shiny, but I've said that on many videos already. No on the Ghost, no on the Skarmory, and no on the Pennywise. Don't want any of these. Is that like £50 cash on the table sort of thing, and you either lose £50 and that's it, or a £50 sort of tournament? Might as well stick to this little fella. It will be shiny one day. It will be. One day. One day. I don't know which day, but it probably will be. I think the worst thing about this is, ever since I've hosted these, nobody... Oh, I pressed the button twice. Okay. Let's try that again. I caught the scrap. So 50 cash on the table if I can afford it. Yeah, I get that. That's the bit I'm not as good at playing that style of it, because if you're playing with people that are happy to put more in, they will be more reckless, if that makes sense. That's why I really like the tournament mold of Texas Hold'em, because you know that I've got this money, it's got to last me, or I'm out. Or this chip stack, once it's gone, I'm out. When you're on cash tables, people can come and go, and if you're having a bad day, you just keep shipping the money in. If you have a bad tournament, you're done. Go home. That's how I always sort of played it. But I haven't really been to many casinos, to be honest. We have a little more Peko. It will be nice for water types. And it has a dark move too. Don't know what else is good here. Like Hitmon top. Okay. And that's the hardest player to play against. Someone who sees a flop. I'm one of those that I generally... I'm very, very strict and fold nearly every possibility. I think we go right because we can get Kingler. We got a full water squad on this side. Yeah, if I'm in the big blinds, I'll try and play a little bit dumb to see it, or if I'm on the dealer spot, I might try a little bit of a bluff, but I generally made my mind up before I see anyone else play, which is not always the best way to do things. So there are like simple things like you're never going to want to see a flop with a 2 and a 7, are you, for example? But if I've got 6-7, I would like to see the flop. That's the way I look at it. I'm not going to Dynamax because you've got a physical one. Yes, and that's where, if you've got good cards, you want to make sure you're in control before the flop, isn't it? The reality is, I know that everything is odd space, but if you're sat there with 2 aces and you let me play 2-7-3 in the big blind and it comes down 7-7-2, the idiot is the person that didn't raise with the aces, because the 7-2 would never have even considered playing you. That's what I mean by it. Like, I'm somebody who, if I have the right hand, I'm not going to let someone play. I will always make people pay to see something. I generally don't raise unless I've got an ace 10 or above. I don't raise with any low aces. Pocket pairs I will always raise. I know, but then I'll also do it in position with like a paired, not a paired, like a 6-7 suited. I would do the same thing. I will play every hand the same. So if I have aces or I have 6-7 and I'm on the dealer button, I'm going to raise 3.5 or whatever. They always used to say 3 times, wasn't it? Was the old meta. And that's what I would do. Whatever my hand is, I would always raise the same amount if I wanted to play. Unless I saw an ultra aggressive person when I'm sat there with aces, like you'll get all the money in before. Because I know I went full tilt once because somebody called me when I had I had jacks, and I think I had raised, like I said, and they had called me with something stupid like a 2-8, and the flop came down to something number-wise 8. So I went all in. No, I went big and they went all in, and I called them because there was no suits, there was no straight draws or anything, and I had a pair over the top of the board, and there's no way they would have had a pocket pair because they would have re-raised, and I went so tilted after that. But we might as well keep your Morpeko for as long as possible, I think, because we got Kingler next, which is one of the hardest things to beat. Yeah, but what do you call a bad hand? That's the thing. It's different if you can bluff it up people off it, because, as I say, if you raise the same every time and you show big hands, like, I don't know casino etiquette completely, but if I raise and everyone folds, I'm allowed to show the hand if I want to. I don't have to, I don't need to, but I can. But they can't ask to see my cards. I could just put them in the muck, can't I, if I've won the hand. So if you show that you've got a really big hand, they know you're always going to have a big hand when you raise. But you could also do it the vice versa way and do the big raise with like the rubbish hand that you've got, and you show that, oh, I only had 7-3, put them on tilt and then get them into a bad mood, and then suddenly they're playing into you. I don't know if that's considered bad etiquette or not, but I've seen the pros do it. I have seen the pros. So I would take advantage of it. Yeah. And that's kind of what I mean. If nobody's interested, then you may put a bit more intrigue into it, like a 7-3. But if you've seen a raise and 2 calls, you're not going to consider a calling because people are so interested in the pot. You already know that the chances are 2 of them might have aces, somebody may have a pocket pair, someone else may have something suited, connected. Yeah, I know. Some people just can't handle it. I don't know, have you ever heard of the infamous hand where somebody, I want to say they folded pocket kings to pocket aces with a king ace ace on the board or something like that, because they read that the person had pocket aces, and it was like a mega tournament. It was crazy, and I've seen the hand played out, but I can't remember where it was. But someone actually had the guts to fold it, and it's like one of the most notoriously best folds in like poker history. Because it's like, you look at some of them. It's like I bet you're like me, when you watch poker in a movie, you're like, that's not how you play poker, you're stupid. That was me, especially in the Formula 1 movie. They have a poker scene in it, and it's quite a funny scene, to be honest. I won't say what happens, but it didn't feel very pokerish. That's why people used to love Rounders so much, don't they? The Matt Damon, Ed Norton movie. That's not how you play poker. Or you have like these fictional ones where they're like unrealistic or near unrealistic. I think the best bet is to see whether the computer wants it, but it's up to you really. That one's a bit more surprising, but was that more cash play or tournament play? We've got 2 electric types, right? No. Oh, I feel like we're going to have to go for this just because it's not very strong. I can sort of understand it a bit more in tournament play. Well, but then if you've been sat at the table with these playing that person, you must know how they're playing after a while. I'm more surprised that they showed the hands, if you get what I mean. If you were the one folding pocket jacks to jack 8-8, why would you even admit at the end that that's what you had? You get what I mean? Like, you could have easily said, I just had a pair of jacks or something. Or a jack. You could just say I had ace jack or something. But why would you show it? That's the thing. That's the way I would look at that hand. I know. I get that that's the stupidest thing. Why would you shove with quads or if I can't, like, why would you even do that? You want to get paid. You want someone to be dumb enough to give you all their money. You would just keep calling them, yeah. But then knowing the way poker plays, the jack would come and they would lose. I've seen that before as well. But you would take that risk, I think, if you were the one with the 4 of a kind. I definitely would. I 100% would do it. it's still very difficult to, like, if that was the other way around, the experienced player probably would have got all of the money. If we're being honest. And that's where it is down to your experience level. What is it worth the risk to what it could be like? But then you could have argued the other side, like you could have easily sat there and said, this is a new player, I think they've probably got ace 8 and they've been dumb and called an ace 8 pre-flop. Oh, thanks, Eclectabuzz. Let's help the thing using Screech. Use your lightning moves. That's how I would probably have read a new player, playing something dumb with an 8 rather than 2 8s. And that's why I don't play anymore. Oh, that's okay, Electabuzz. Never mind. We get poisoned. Like, we've got a big dark move. We've got water moves. I may actually just use Screech first turn anyway. I think Golduck's pretty fast. There we go. That's all you had to do, Electabuzz. Okay. I bet you the Kingler will take this. You watch. Kingler takes this. But let's see. Can we get another Blacephalon win and a shiny? That is the big question. But if I'm honest, I don't think I've been to a casino since pre-COVID. I think at one stage we used to rent out the room to play our own little card game. Well, that's okay. That's Electabuzz at least. We used to basically we did play a version of poker, but I can't remember what it was. No, we played Brag, that's what it was. We used to rent out the room so we could play Brag. Free card Brag. That's what it was. I knew it was something not poker. I did slowly teach them how to play Hold'em, but they like their free card Brag. Because I did try a bit of the tabletop poker, and I didn't really get on with it. I think that one's too much of chance. Like, I'd rather play a person than a dealer, if that makes sense. That's how I always used to play my games. And then I should use this and then we win, right? Not quite. Oh, Cherio's going for the piggy pack. Can we get the piggy pack? Oh no, more Paco. You're not meant to die. Let's see. Beast Boost activated. I don't think we've lost many lives on ropes though, have we? And that's another W. So GG everyone. Good luck with the shinies. Well, it's actually just Charmeleon, but good luck with the shiny. Hopefully we can get you number 2 and me number 1. Now, when we were doing the adventures in April, I did one with, like, I must have been one of Boy from Belgium, and we did Moltres, and me and another person both got a shiny Moltres on the same one. So it was a little bit funny. But at least, I guess, when you don't get a shiny, it's easy because you don't have to find clips. Oh dear. And tomorrow it is... I won't be around tomorrow. I'm watching I Know What You Did Last Summer. Charmeleon got a Grovyle. That's it so far. Actually, technically, I did get a shiny. I got a shiny in the PCG. I got a Mabostive in the PCG. Do you want to jump in some DAs? At all? Mr. Ironically? Or ironically. Zenith, no. Not yet, no. I got plenty of time. No, I'm not here tomorrow. I'm gonna go and watch I Know What You Did Last Summer. You said you needed Ho-Ho still, right? I think you did. Before I pick the Pokemon. I know you don't need Blacephalon. Yeah, so if we do Ho-Ho then. I've got to try and manage what people need, and it's always hard to keep up with what. We use the date again. Nah, there's no point ending yet. I need some form of shiny. What would you use as your shiny hunting team in Sword? Just out of interest. I've got suggestions. I've got myself a Glade. It probably won't be that, no. There's a good chance we may go for another hour or so. Yeah, so we've got Glade, Pangoro, Swampert. Garvantula. What does your Garvantula do? Just out of interest. That would be an interesting one. I'm trying to just have like a squad. Just the Thunder Wave. Okay. And I'm hoping to one time find a Trevenant in this game. And an Altaria. I kind of want to get an Altaria. And then I can put the team together depending on where we're hunting and what we're hunting for. That's kind of the plan. But yeah, otherwise, my shiny luck has dried up in this game again. But yes, let's go then. We know the routine here. We would like rock, water, electric. That's pretty much the best. We've beaten Ho-Ho once, but that was it. That's the other thing I want. I want a Shiinotic. I know it's no good in this battle. I don't want to take this. A false swipe, a spore user, a paralyze, a damp, and a taunt. Okay. So like, I've got the Swampert for damp. I'm looking at Shiinotic as my sort of probable spore user. I think it learns spore. Oh no, it's a charger bug. Not the best team. Actually, we'll probably take that fire type, I guess. Probably this. I don't know. Yeah, Trevenant for Harvest Strats. That's another one. I want Shiinotic, as I said, and I wanted to use Phalanx, if I'm honest, for as a false swiper. I know it's not the best, but I wanted to use Phalanx because it's a cool Pokemon. But I've got the Glade and the Pangoro. We got Swampert. I went to check for the others. Altaria for Cloud 9, so if you're doing the battle in the Hell, apparently it can learn... yeah, you can use Weather Ball, right, with this. Apparently it can learn False Swipe, so it takes away the Hell damage if you're hunting in the ice, from what I can understand, which would be a good thing to get on your team, if I'm honest. But I just want to try and mix up my teams a bit, so we're not just running around with Breloom. Not just running around with Breloom and Golduck. I would probably agree. But it's just one of those things, if it was something you were really just targeting and it was an option, then yeah. That's why I want to have like a squad that's sort of rotatable, depending on what I'm going for, instead of just having like what I've got in Violet. I've got my Breloom and my Golduck. Like, while I can do the soak stuff, I tend not to do soak when I'm fighting a grass type or a ghost type. I know it would be better, but I don't. But my theory would be if I can sort of rotate the team round, have about 3 false swipers, 3 for like the damp squad and stuff like that, really. Just sort of mix the team up a bit. That's kind of my goal. Is this like the squad we're happy to take into the final between the 3 of us? Just out of interest. Because at the end of the day, I just feel like because everything we're doing is quite interactive, it would be just nice to mix what you're seeing happening, if that also makes sense. If I show up to Shiny Hunt with the same Pokemon every time, it's a little bit like not as entertaining for me. I just like the idea of mixing it up, because I don't want to just be staring at the same Pokemon all the time. Because I also have to do the knockout encounter. Golduck or Altaria or Chansey. Is that guess that Chansey's for a special attacker? And when I say squad, I'm looking at like about a 10 team that I can just rotate for one day. So say I go and do some stuff with Glade, Altaria, Swampert one day. The next day I would use Trevenant, Golduck and Chansey, for example, and just to mix it up for my personal experience for the game. That's kind of what I'm getting at with what I want to try to do. It is a bit bonkers, but it's what I do. I like to do things differently. Right, I bet you went this way for Charger Bug. I bet you did. I know, I think you want Munchlax, don't you? You want Munchlax. I'm going to take the Dark type. I thought you were going to go for the Munchlax. No, Charger Bug. I'm surprised I haven't seen that in capital letters. You went for... Is that just for a rock move or a wide guard? Just out of interest. Because like the other side of this is Rock Tomb. Okay. And is that what you want to take into the final? Or is that what you would rather Charmeleon take? You're keeping Shiinotic. Okay. So do you want Charmeleon to swap in the last base? Or do you want the computer to swap? Or does Piloswine not have a rock move? I thought it did. I could be wrong. Hopefully the IA takes. Okay. So after the you got a shiny legendary again yesterday, didn't you? I'm saving it. That's why I just thought I'd check before. Like, oh, you just got 4 random shinies then. I saw all the shinies and I keep forgetting what I see. There are so many shinies. So many. Too many to pick from. You joined the Lugia Brotherhood with me and Julia, who managed to get one this month. But you're not part of the Giratina grind, the guild that Charmeleon is part of. Because you got it last month, didn't you? Or the month before. But at least you didn't make the perfect clip when you got the Giratina. Charmeleon made the perfect clip. Or perfect lines to go around it. It was brilliant. They're the sort of things you just want to just capture on a stream where it's completely natural and it just works perfectly. So hello, I just don't want to get enough one of these. I've had like 2 this month. We should try and do some shiny hunting for the stuff left in Dex 365, shouldn't we? What are your 3 current ones? Zygarde? No, you've got Zygarde, haven't you? Thunderous Zekrom. Okay. Well, if you want to try one of them, we can do one next. Probably not Zekrom, because that's Robin's path. But if you want to try the others... do we risk a weakness policy? Why not? Why not? Yeah, so I'm happy to try Kyogre, if you do. Charmian, you happy to try Kyogre? I know you're quite happy to do most, but I just want to make sure before we commit to it. You may have had nightmares about the giant well that torments us. And we know what the dream scenario for that is. Yes, so yeah, we'll try Kyogre. Why not? What's the worst that can happen? See, one of the funny things you weren't really around for, ironically, is with Dex 365, the main one who created it was doing the DAs. Basically, they started doing DAs for the legendaries in Gen 3, and they got Kyogre in their first DA. It was very, very funny. That was back when there was a few more people involved in it. For it. Yes. Because I think Groudon took another like 2 months before someone got it, due to a few other things happening, but... But I am trying to do some Darumaka eggs on the side. Because we beat both Darumaka and Darmanitan, which is taking a long, long time to get. So what would your dream scenario for a squad in the Kyogre? Do you want Wide Guarders or a Wide Guarder of sorts? Is that what you would prefer? Meowth? We may as well catch it. Why not? Anyone want a Meowth? BGM, Among Us, and Jellicent. Isn't there something else? There's Swoobat in DAs as well, isn't there? And a lot of grass. Grass over electric. Or is it the grass resists water more? But we can plan that one out. Not a problem. This is the difficult thing. Do I swap? Do I swap? Or is the computer gonna swap? What do you think? Come on, Kangaskhan. Yes. Just about. The Wide Guarding Grass Strat. That could work. We'll see how well we go. This should be a good team. I imagine you want to use Weather Ball with one of our big moves. And we had Lilligant, Trevenant, and Sceptile. Nice. And I guess Maractus is the broken one. Of course, with Storm Drain. And pressure. Okay, we're a little bit away. Just go for it. If I die, I die. I can't really do much about it. I won't survive if it's faster than me. But if we can hit 3 rock moves between us, we probably win. If we need to, I can try. I couldn't do it this turn anyway. That's the problem. it was not my Dynamax turn. But we've slowed it right down, so I should be able to at least do this now without getting hit, I think. So I might as well do it, and then we can all hit a rock move, because it's probably the slowest thing on the field. And you can Weather Ball then. Because we'll get rid of the sun. I would like to think you're probably faster than it. It's had, what, 3 defense drops at least? Because we've all got rock too. Feels like I'm playing Radical Red all over again. That's all you ever get spammed with is speed drops. Speed drop this, speed drop that. But yes, let's put Ho-Ho to rest. Yes, it did take the... We were hoping, we took the gamble, and it did take it. Yeah, you missed me doing my soft resets on Regis still. I did 15. And then got bored. Probably didn't even do 15, to be honest. I just came along, did some, and left. I'm going to do about 10 to 20 each stream. Because otherwise it's going to be something I'm going to have to spend ages on later. Oh no, I didn't get it. I just didn't want to do a soft reset stream. I don't like soft resetting in any way. I just need to get it prepared so I can do, as I say, about 20 a stream. I know it'll slowly add up. But it's sort of something to do at the beginning. If we're going to do DAs, sometimes it's easier to wait 10-15 minutes before a couple more people arrive who want to join in. Because I don't really want to do DAs solo, if I'm honest. I'd rather help people get the shinies than just do a DA solo on stream. I would, if I wasn't streaming it, I would probably do a few more. It's a bit like the eggs. Whilst I've been doing the Darumaka eggs, I'm basically doing 2 or 3 boxes a day, and then I switch off and then stop. Because I get a little bit, well, it's not happening today. But let's check our shinies. See if we did bring some more shiny luck to the team. Togetic? No. Thank God we don't get another Crocodile. Or a Mianchao. Or a Ho-Ho. Okay, we did want the Ho-Ho. I'm not going to lie. None of them are good. None of them are good. That was a perfect run as well. Let's see what the lady has to offer. I'll keep the Ho-Ho. It's not a bad one to keep. You got nothing. Okay. I will wait for, ironically, to put the code in the chat and we can have a go at Kyogre. Why not? Let's get the well. See how things go. Are you going to use a particular code or do you want to use the code we're using? I'll put it in, but if you change your mind. Same code. Okay. Are you getting Donkey Kong as well? I don't know if you're a Donkey Kong fan or not. Because I know it comes out today, and I imagine there's people streaming it at the moment. But yeah. You never know. People... I don't know if I'm really convinced I want to play it. I've never really played the Marios, so... I'm slightly worried it might be a little bit short. But then I just don't really know how those games really work out, if I'm honest. So, grassy wide guarders, right. At least you can decorate. Oh dear. Grass, I'll take this. Everything that's not great. There isn't really a right or wrong answer, so... Yeah, it'll be interesting to know how much is the core story and how much is open worldy. If that makes sense. I see a grass and electric type. That's about it. But let's just double check. We got neutralizing gas if you want that. We got... Do we want to throw for the Swoobat? For... um, do you want to throw for a Swoobat? I guess the poison. 3, we're all weak to... Yeah, that is true. But we could swap twice. It kind of depends what the computer does here, I guess. Because if this takes this, it's not good. Because I think that was a main net trick, which takes away Thunder. Doesn't it? The Lightning Rod. I didn't even vote. I was busy thinking, like, do I want to just go for the Swoobat? If I was honest. But if we could get that mainnet trick, if the Kyogre does have Thunder, won't that just use Volt Absorb? Or no, Lightning Rod. Isn't that what it's got? And then suddenly it can be quite powerful. If it's Luxray, then we don't care. Luxray's rubbish in DAs. Right. Okay, there goes Starmie. We might not get to Kyogre, I'm not going to lie. And because I don't think we're going to get to Kyogre, I think we should go for Swoobat next. I'll be honest. There we go. Starmie is powerful. Looking down. Right. Should I just max darkness this thing? Might as well. I've got Woobat in a friend safari on the side as well. But I haven't been having much luck. When it's really hot, I just decide to switch like all bar one laptop off and then just play on the 3DS and not game. Just watch a stream on the side. Because the 3DS doesn't get too hot. That is the main reason for it. It is nice and cozy. Psycho Cutter. Swords Dance. Okay, Quillfish, just set up. So if this does turn out to be a bad run, it's fine. Like, everything's just getting attacked by its weakness. When did Wheezing become so powerful? That is the question. Are you going to take the Wheezing at all? Do you think, one of you? Well, I imagine... Do we want to get rid of the Starmie? But the Starmie does have Power Gem. Which could be very, very good. Yeah, you do have the grass move, don't you? So it's more the computer could take it. Like, the other side of it is we don't really want the Wheezing if we're going to get the other Pokemon, because it takes away all their abilities, doesn't it? Like, Swoobat might not be terrible if it's got Simple. If we're honest, we could just use Simple on the Kyogre and then start getting more decreases in stats. But I could be wrong. Let's get the Wheezing. So I think after this one we'll do one more. And then that will be it for today. Because that's close to the 4 hours. Probably about 4 hours. Oh yes, it's true. Well, I don't think, if none of us are taking it, we're playing down to what the computer wants to do, really, aren't we? Okay, no, the computer didn't want it, so we don't need to. And the thing is, like, as we said, the Starmie's got Power Gem. We've got Dark Move. Hello, QG Pizza. Welcome in. How are you today? Welcome to our Dynamax adventures, where today we've been for a few, not got many shinies. We're on Kyogre now, but we're working on it. We're getting there slowly, but no legendaries in my big Switch 2 challenge, but It's going to take a while, and I get that, and I like that. Nice. Nice. Congratulations. I think I ironically got Kirim in one of my DAs a few months ago, if I'm not mistaken. Because he stole all of my shinies. That's what happened. Very nice. What are you after nowadays then? What's your next shiny target? And is black and white your favourite for DAs? What has happened? Why is he confused? Confusion. And let's just beat this Woobat very quickly, I hope. Is one of us taking the Swoobat? Me or, I guess, Charmeleon? And I guess you just want to go for health. Nice. Well, good luck with the hunts. Are they in the actual original Game Boy ones or other consoles? Like, which games are you hunting them all in? Okay, that hurt. No, not as much as I thought, to be honest. Thought we were going to get more damage. Swoobat. Swords dance, okay. Of course it does the swords dance. All in Gen 5, okay. So you... Sorry, you prefer hunting in black and white than most of the other games, then, I guess. We currently are only going to be hunting in the Switch 2 copies of games for this new challenge, which is kind of difficult because there are a lot of things I flat out cannot get, but I worry about them in about 4 or 5 years' time when we're close to the main target number. We are nowhere near it, so I don't need to worry. I think everybody here has just taken a big hit, and that's about it. This is the one we probably want shiny, ironically, isn't it? So we can tick off another one in Dex 365. And then I guess I could go for Sock. I think it's going to be very hard to catch, but whatever. There is a Ferrothorn in the chat, if anybody would like it. Due to health, I think I should probably stick. I think I'm the only one that's really going to be sticking. There's very little I can do. Does the computer want this? Is it going to take it? I don't know. That's ironic. Nobody wants the Swoobat. Boo! Hiss. No, that is a Luxray. That is a Luxray. Gonna be hard to beat. You sure you want to go Luxray? The thing is, even the water one's going to probably beat 3 of us. So we may as well just go through this and hope for the best. You never know, it might throw. It may attack me, and I might survive the way this has been going. Yeah, we're pretty bad against everything. It's just, to be honest, it was a bad selection that we had for the whole run. It's different sometimes. You just get some that just really go, nope, that is terrible. Yes, one at a time, slowly and painfully beat us all. I guess I could do Assurance, because it may attack one of you and I could do more damage, right? That how Assurance works? I think between you, I've probably got more health than the rest of you like 3 times over. So it's up to Skarmory to save the day. Critical hits. There we go. It's back in our favour. Oh, that's doing a lot more damage than I thought it would do. Lower the special. Nice. Nice. And a light screen. It's throwing. It's throwing. Just means I do no damage. Hello, Tomaldo. How are you today? We are still trying our luck at DAs and not having much luck. We've had one shiny between the team today, which was Charmeleon with a Grovyle. So I don't know. I'm not really sure how everything works. I don't know whether. Well, thank you for following again. I don't know if it... did you deactivate one of the accounts for a while or not? And we get to see all the emotes. Yeah, we decided to add this in, and it's kind of fun. I don't know how many to put on, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, I get that. Sometimes it's very difficult when you do end up following a lot of people. Like, I follow a lot of people, and I just can't keep up with the number of streams that go out sometimes. So, do you want Starmie to take this? Hey, I get it, I know. Sometimes it's just one of those days, like one of those things. Everyone needs a break from it, and coming back stronger is usually better. I've seen some people get angry with DAs, so you want Skarmory to swap here. Okie dokie. I will swap into Luxray, the strongest Pokemon left. Does this have... I think he's okay. He's still hunting for Shaman. He's probably lurking around somewhere. But he's been doing a lot of stuff offline, like hunting mythicals and stuff. I think he's got a Celebi hunt and he's doing Shaman on stream at the moment. Do you want me to light screen first time? Yes, I light screen. But with our new challenge, I don't know how far back you go to what we were trying, but we've started a brand new save on all of the games for this challenge. So we've played through Violet Sword and Legends Arceus. We only have the shiny charm in this game. Focus Sash. Why not? I've got nothing good. I should have taken the expert belt, but whatever. It's probably already bad. And then once we start getting the full shiny charms, we will do more shiny hunting. We have started our races. We will be doing a race in Scarlet and Violet at the weekend, hunting for as many poison-type Pokemon. Thanks to Ironically here, so I'm guessing he wants to get more Varooms to torment us in hide-and-seeks in the future. But I don't really know what poison type to go for. I guess like the obvious answer is to go for the Among Us. It's annoyingly on my Dynamax, but whatever. As we say, we just want to make this interactive for everyone so people can just relax, shiny hunt and have a good time. Of course, it's raining. It hits every time. Hopefully we can get round to your Dynamax in the El Creamy slot. Because then you can do Max Flare. If possible, can't you? And then you can do the grassy ones. That seems like a sensible idea. I don't know if it is, but I think it does make sense. But you've got a lot of health to make up to be worth saving. But we have a chance for a heal cheer. So that could work in our favour, right? Now, yes, if you survive. It doesn't matter if you die this turn, does it? Because it's 2 away from yours. Because it was my Dynamax at the beginning. Body slam? Okay, that's not doing too much. Just paralysed, but that's the computer. That's fine. Just keep on plodding through. Kyogre's more of a slug, isn't it? More than anything else. But we get through it, right? We've done well. That was Quillfish that was paralysed. Did we not get a chair? I swear we didn't get a chair. I must have missed what it was. I saw the chair, but I didn't see what we got. Let's go for one more of these. And then we hope that we can Dynamax into Max Flare. Because you're nearly up to, what, half health? Not too bad. Oh no, it's lost its stats. Does that take away the screen? Okay, well, 2 of you died. It's up to Luxray. We have 1 life and a dream. And we've got a water type with rain up. This may not go well. I'm not going to lie. Paralyzed, please. No? Okay. So we've missed your Dynamax. And, well, that's it. Welcome in. Okay. Sorry about that. I didn't realise it couldn't paralyze. But welcome in, Harlock. How are you today? Would you like to take part in a Kyogre DA and see if we do better than this one? Hopefully we could get a proper team, like Pokemon team. Like, we're 3 of us at the moment, but we had an awful selection, to say the least, for this battle. But we're still hoping to get a shiny today. We're at nearly 4 hours. And as we said, we'll do one more, and that will be it today. And that is the first team loss of the day. Sadly. But never mind. Let's see, did we get the Swoobat shiny? No. Nah. Okay. Note your resting way. Okay, that's no problem. Hopefully you will enjoy watching us struggle through these. And that's all we want. No shiny for ironically. I don't want to save this one, so... Yeah, we can do one more Kyogre, I guess. And as I said, that will be the last one for the day. And it will be near the 4-hour mark, which is what we said we wanted to do. Start getting a little bit longer with some of these. And today has pretty much flown by. It's amazing just how quickly DA streams fly by. Because you're just constantly doing something, right? Normal shiny hunting can be a bit slower at times. Let's just put the code in before I forget. I do know how annoying ankle pains are. I've had a lot in the past. Didn't help that I fell off a stage doing karaoke once as well. Couldn't walk for nearly a week. But it was a funny story to tell. And usually when it gets very hot and very cold, they play up a lot. I've noticed. When it's like boring weather, shall we use the term, they're fine. But as soon as you get that one spike of hot, they swell up. And then freezing cold, they swell up. So I know the frustration of the ankles. But yes. But hopefully they do get better. Ooh, water absorb. Could be a good thing to take. And of course Gastrodon to avoid stuff. And of course an acid sprayer. There's an interesting mix here. What did you take? You took the stun tank. I'm gonna take this. Probably not a good idea, because if we want a grass type, I'm probably gonna die. So you probably want to take the whimsical. So we want the computer to stick, probably. Not the worst thing. There's another Swoobat. What is this? Swoobat land? Should we go for the Swoobat and then the Hitmon top? Or Hitmonlee? And I guess we're going to have to go for this then. I think that's going to work. I could be wrong. But I think Hitmon top is... The Hitmonchan is our best bet. You saw El Creamy whereabouts? Left, right or centre? Okay, it's on the left. I was looking at Thunder Punch more than anything. And this is easy against it as well. But I guess it could be me that has to swap into this. Because if I get this and I can simple, your acid spray does all the work, and then we'll get Charmeleon on the third Pokemon. That could work really well, couldn't it? Me simple, you acid spray. Try our hardest to keep the Whimsicott as well, and it can energy ball. We should do big damage. Or is that overly wishful thinking? I do know that we would be weak to a Thunder move. But it's got to be the best we can really do. So, like the other weird scenario is to get a Sunny Day, which could work quite nicely. Well, that was quick. But then it would also depend on which way round we're going. If I take this, we need to check the rest of the path. Like, we would probably have to swap you out, if I'm honest. Because then we can use Hitmonchan's physical electric move instead of your special. That makes sense. Or we'd have to find Charmeleon a special hitter, actually. That's what we need to do. We need Charmeleon to get a special attacker. So Charmeleon can take the electric type, if that is a good electric type. I think it's a Vikavolt. But I'm going to have to take this. And there's nothing much else I can do. We really want the Whimsicott to stick around. So it's a physical electric move. So do you want to take the Hitmon top, take the next two and have the physical hitter? And then we've got the Screecher for Charmeleon. But no, the thing is we want the Whimsicott to get the advantage as well. That's what we said, wasn't it? Because the other one was Togedemaru, which I also think is pretty not much help. We'll take the Bright Powder. But isn't that a physical hitter, Togedemaru? It does have a special electric move. Okay. Never mind. It would also be quite hard to beat, though, Togedemaru. It's an annoying Pokemon. We'll focus on this side. I think the best thing to do is for you to take everything. Now. I guess we go. No, actually. I'm going to actually go for this one, right? Yeah. Makes us faster. But yeah, so who do you think should swap? You or Charmeleon? And the other one becomes the defense dropper. So we got Obstagoon, Screech. So Charmeleon sticks to the end. And then we can simple and pray. Well, the other option is if I simple and you acid spray, I can do psychic, but I'm going to be weak whatever happens. So I could get an extra boost drop on it as well, couldn't I? If we're using acid spray. Maybe we should see who has the better special defense between the two of these. Maybe that could be an option. And then we go that way. Shall we have a look? Who has the best defense between you two? Because it's mainly special, isn't it, what it's going to hit with. So 100. And where are you? So Obstagoon has the better defense. So we should probably stick with Obstagoon. That will be probably our best bet. Stun Tank can take hits, but okay, so shall we stick with you? And even if the thing is, if you do one acid spray to a simple, you could then Dynamax into your fire move, couldn't you? And put stop the rain and the thunder hitting. So if Charmeleon takes this, and then Charmeleon can also max. Yeah, so Charmeleon take this, and if we take on the Vikavolt, it can use Fire Punch, and you can use the fire move. But then Charmeleon can then take the Vikavolt in the final if the computer tries to swap, and if it doesn't want to swap, well, it'll be better, I imagine, in the final. But it's up to you for the final. Because as I said, like if we do the acid spray, I can then do Psychic and Air Slash and stuff, if need be. So I can do a little bit myself. And I guess flying is neutral with this. I can simple it if I want. Is Burning Jealousy a special move? Yeah. So I could still simple. You could still acid spray round 1, couldn't you? And then do Burning Jealousy. If you want to. I don't know. It's kind of up to you, really. But this one shouldn't be as difficult to deal with. I'll probably die. But that happens in this a lot. I'm not the best. But yeah. Let's keep going, though. Yeah, I will still Simple Beam. Because even if I do take a hit, I could just use Psychic next turn. And maybe get a little decrease. And you obviously can do Acid Spray, so you'll get 4 times down. Special move from us two wins this one easy. And as we said, then it's up to Charmeleon which one he believes is better between Vikavolt and Hitmonchan in the final. The only reason you would 100% take the Vikavolt would be if the computer tries to swap out the Whimsicott. That's pretty much it, really, isn't it? Because we want to keep the Whimsicott whatever happens. That's a must. So there we go. Big Max Flare. That's a physical move, so isn't it? So that's not going to do as much, which is fine. But Vikavolt is really, really slow anyway. Who's he going for? Me? Whimsicott, that may die. Okay, well, we knew someone was going to get hit hard here. That's not too much of a problem. It survived. So now I can just do Psychic. Okay. misses a move, gives up trying to attack. Got another defense drop as well. And then hopefully this does a lot more. Yeah, so ironic, no, Charmeleon, hopefully we can see what the computer wants to do. If the computer tries to swap, take this, whatever. Otherwise it is completely up to you which you would prefer in the final. Pretty much. Because at the moment we're in the perfect rotation here. So I can do simple, you can do an acid spray. Then you can Dynamax into Max Flare on the second turn. Take away the thunder hitting every time and the water boost. So this could work out really well. So yeah. This actually has potential. The other thing I could do here is potentially speed swap with Vikavolt on the second turn. Give it a boost to hit harder and quicker. Is that something worth doing after simple? Or not? But is this going to be Kyogre win number 1 to end the stream? The other option that would be kind of fun is like Mud Slap. You got your Citrus Berry triggered. Maybe I can simple it and no, speed swap. Get it a little bit slower, but yeah. This does most of the work this turn anyway. And a Paralyze would be lovely. Critical hit and a para? Yes, lovely. So we don't need to fiddle with anything else now. We are good. So I may as well just do a Psychic, you know. See if I can get an extra drop on it. And if you do the Flare first and then just hit it with the Darkness moves, I think we could win. Because at least you take away the water strength. Don't you, if you get rid of the rain. So this could be a good run. I feel like we could actually get somewhere good. It's playing chess when it could have been checkers, right? As the old saying goes. But now it's Paralyzed. We should all be faster. Does it even have a non-hitting move? Can I get a drop? No, but okay. Yes, it's barely touching it. Now we just need the Whimsicott to actually use the right move. Which would have been Energy Ball then. Body Slam on me? That's not nice. I haven't done anything to you, I just made you simple. Please, Whimsicott, attack. Okay. It is attacking. How much will Energy Ball do? That is the question. That is the question. Will it finish it on -4? Not really. I thought it would do a little bit more than that. Kyogre's desperate. But it's not its turn yet. Ooze. Get it. And can the Spark do enough? Okay. We got a Body Slam. Not too bad. Spark. Oof. Origin Pulse. I dodged. And it's only the Whimsicott that really took big damage. I know it's the hardest hitter on our team, but... Hey. We get a little bit of health for Vikavolt with its berry. Bright Powder coming clutch. And I think we win then. Right, that was lovely. GG. Good luck with the shinies, everyone. That was a lot easier than it sounded like the first time round. But let's see just how well we do with the shinies. Hopefully we can get one more before we finish, even if it's for one of you two. It would be very, very nice. Let's see. Anybody here? So, let's check our shiny. So, Swoobat, no shiny. No Hitmontop or Chan. Vigavolt, no. And Kyogre, no. All that work for no shinies whatsoever. That's sad. Let's see. No shiny for Ironically. And Charmeleon, did we get a shiny or not? No shiny for Charmeleon. So the team got 1 today. I got 0 because, of course, I got 0. I'll be back on Saturday for probably Legends Arceus, I think. Might as well get some more Dex work done on that one. So, yeah, that seems like the plan.